Okay, we are live. Let's give it a few minutes. Let's see who joins. We are here checking out Medium Day 2025. We're going to be talking about the ways that we as Freemasons can take advantage of social media, of writing, in order to successfully communicate with the public and our membership. Give me 1 second. It's going to get this better set up. Uh, so just give me a moment. But in the meantime, please take a moment, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Let me know how it's going and what you want to talk about as I try to get this camera set up. Because, of course, the last minute there was technical difficulties, because there's always going to be technical difficulties. Oops. All right, give me 1 second. Just going to have to flip this around quickly. Hopefully, you guys will see me in a second. Whoops. There we go. Okay. Oops. I want to try to get this set up a little bit better. All right. Sorry about that. There's a whole bunch of camera shenanigans there. Hello, Mark David. How is New Zealand treating you? Thank you for being here. As you can see, we're having some technical difficulties with this camera, but I think I can get it fixed in 1 second. And luckily, this is going to be a very long day, so hopefully, once I get this sorted out, there'll be no more technical challenges for the rest of the day. How is New Zealand going? I hope you're doing well, and thank you for joining. Okay, there we go. And I'm actually just going to take a moment to close this thing because it's annoying me over here. Hello, Dylan. How's it going? Thank you for joining as well. I hope that you are having a good day. Thank you for being here. To everybody watching this, please take a moment, hit that like button, and hit that subscribe button. I have just joined the lobby for Medium Day 2025. Let's do the first session. Broken Barges, Rediscovering Fragmented Stories. I'm going to be joining this one first.
Beginning. Why it's called Broken Barges in particular. So it's called Broken Barges because, okay, I'll just tell you a bit more about myself. So as I said, Singapore is actually a hodgepodge of different communities, primarily from East
What
Asia,
time are
and South Asia.
is the tarot session? I forget. Let me double check that. I think it was at 2 p.m.
From Southeast Asia, the Nusantara area. We also have
Here it is. 5 o'clock actually was off. It's 5 p.m. to 5:30 Eastern.
in South Asia. So that makes it very complicated. At the same time, that draws my project and my project team to telling the stories of this diversity located in our island state. And if if I had to go further to break it down,
I don't know if you guys can hear that at all. If you can't,
46% Southeast Asian, and 26%
let me know. I mean, it's mostly going to be me sharing what I'm noticing based on this, based on the live stream, and what I hope I can share with others, based on the same.
inspired to start up a project that tells about the diversity of stories that can be found in the potential of this small island. The Broken Barges is based on the need of the village.
So 5 p.m. mark.
So my mother was from a village called Tongkang Peja. And Tongkang Peja is a Malay word. Tongkang, which means boat. But specifically, we're talking about a barge.
Well, it's because it's first thing in the morning, and the sun actually, well, not first thing in the morning, it's 8, but the sun comes right through my window when it's rising and hits the light. So it's very, I'm lucky. I get a really bright mornings.
The stories found on this diverse piece of land. So we interview people of all different communities. We have Mr. Ong, a Chinese gentleman.
If there are any technical difficulties, please don't worry. I'll be back on after I get it fixed, so just give us a bit of time if there are technical difficulties.
So her story is Mr. Isaac Raju, who is actually a pastor of a church found in the area.
Sorry, I'm not sure what you mean. You missed my point when you say very light in the background. Or do you mean light in terms of like Masonic light?
The breadth and depth that this area provides, and that's also a key selling point of the stories that you have. They're all true stories. Everything is corroborated. But more importantly, there is a soul to the perspective that we're going for. So with that, and the success of this project, we've actually decided to expand our outreach of the stories that we're telling, to go beyond that, to go towards the entire northeast Singapore, covering communities all over Seletar, which are of, let's say,
Yeah, I'm trying to keep it somewhat low, but obviously what I prefer is people to actually, I mean, if you want to hang out with me, that's awesome. But you should also register for this yourself. It's still not too late to register for Medium Day 2025. We can watch it together. But I'll share with you guys kind of my thoughts on some of the ideas in this day as well, or at least how I think they're applicable to Freemasonry. Right now they're talking about bringing stories that we have to tell to the masses.
We work very closely with the communities all over, the mosque, the church, the clan associations, and with the government to make sure it happens. But on top of that, we still need to make sure that we have a very robust pipeline to go for. So next up, I will be having my head writer tell you more about these stories. Daryl, are you ready?
Hi, Mr. And here to the audience. Yes, I am. Give me a couple of minutes and I'll share my screen.
Okay, sure. Then I will just stop sharing in the meantime. So I hope that gives like a flavor of the why of Broken Barges and how we were able to do so. Okay, I have 2 questions that are posted, and since I have time, I will answer about it now. Actually, you'll be surprised. The stories that we actually have related to the Indian community that do surprisingly well, but that depends on your SEO optimization. For example, I put hashtag Indian history, things like that.
By the way, I did a poll question on my Patreon. If you're not done so, you can still vote. Go to Patreon. Let me put it in here. Patreon.com/square and Compass, sign up even for free, and you can vote on which. We got Smokey in the house. You can vote on which session we watch at 11 a.m. today, 11 a.m. Eastern. Right now, if I recall correctly, Eagles versus Chickens leadership is in the lead.
And some things that I think like are worth sharing, at least like for the purposes of Medium Day.
No worries. Get yourself to work, Smokey. You got to make those donuts. But still, thank you for being here. Yeah, there's still one vote. Eagle versus Chicken. The leadership mindset is in the lead. Oh, they're talking about a heritage project right now. Heritage projects, obviously, heritage and Freemasonry go hand in hand. There's a lot of excellent Masonic heritage out there in the world. A lot of excellent Masonic heritage projects. I've dealt a lot with those questions of Masonic heritage projects, so that's really cool. Chinese communities in Singapore's northeast Seletar region.
Social and political forces really that transform like the history like across the island. And my main aim is really to have as much of these stories told for the forgotten minorities like of this region. It just so happens that like some of those minorities are considered a political majority like within our country. So to get into the more historical kind of like aspect of it.
Writing high story instead of writing history. That's an interesting way to look at it. Think about it.
So for me, like really, like to start with the human angles, kind of like identifying, like for example, like sensory elements that like might pop up in the stories that you find. I'll talk a little bit more about where you might be able to kind of find stories later, because as any aspiring article writer knows, like half the challenge is really finding a story that is number one worth telling, and number two, like convincing enough for your audience to also believe that it's worth like hearing about, right? And so for these, like I find that the emotions of human beings like really form the touchstone for compelling article writing. For this, like I've often had to kind of like reach out like in a very tedious fashion, like to kind of like all manner of sources.
So you can get this a little bit
historical fashion, like I draw just as much
better set up. I think it's a little bit better.
Once or twice, like to search out kind of like like articles like written in newspapers and kind of like gossip trivia. Like all these things like form valid sources because they compose what I consider to be the emotional like world within which kind of like the characters in this history, right? Your job as or rather our job like as like kind of like media article writers is to curate and organize these angles based on three elements which like I identify here, like importance, thematic coherence, and vibes, which is not like a zoomer like activist. I'll explain what it means later. Okay, so before I start,
They have all these different booths, which I don't know even kind of what they are necessarily or how they work.
And so I want to kind of like talk a little bit about kind of where I found kind of inspiration for a lot of the pieces like I did, as well as like some of the broad like kind of like some of the broad kind of like things which we use to buttress like our own history views. So first and foremost, like we have wait, sorry, can I check like if I am coming across
The space is inactive. Please come back later. Welcome. We're just hanging out here on Medium Day. I'm going to be here for the whole day, 12 hours. Medium is talking about ways that we in Freemasonry or we in Square and Compass can better utilize Medium.
I'll continue. Okay, so one of the things I wanted to talk about is also kind of like where we might be able to find like a kind of like inspiration, like as well as like kind of like emotional evidence, so to speak, for stories. And I tried to split it up by kind of like what you might be able to find.
Finding voices.
And what is more widely available, like more represented, right? So in general, people think about history like as something that is very distant and tangible.
Oops.
kind of support, or to show kind of like details like in like
Our
Singapore A level like source-based
Masonic voice.
details
I'm probably going to keep notes on this and maybe publish these as a Medium story as well at some point.
pictures shown here like as a kind of primer to get people to adjust mentally and kind of like
Writing is for everyone.
on the right, mainly kind of like the specific details like of like our the specific details like of our oral histories, as well as like the specific details of actual sources, for example like old newspaper articles that then in turn like kind of like give them an overall picture of not just kind of what the environment that we're talking about looks like, but also kind of like what people were thinking about embedded in that environment, right? So for example, like I might be able to identify like how like the kind of like very intimate environment like here, right? Like the very classic kind of like shop hospital might inform like why like the use of spatiality like is so important on the right, right? And so kind of like this informs like why this source, which is taken by the way from an interview from someone who was moved out of like the big of Jalan Kayu, like the subject of which like I think like is like the most like kind of like a widely read article like on Broken Barges is the homepage. It informs why like so much of the perception like of like kind of like the Jalan Kayu farms like it's defined by spatiality, number one, and number two by kind of
Okay, I'm not sure what happened to Daryl. Yeah, I guess we have some time in the middle of the pandemics. Typical Zoom issues. Like, are there any questions which I can answer in regards to?
Hey, the guy in here in this background is the Golden Gate Bridge.
Maybe
I've been to
just
San Francisco a few times. I love it. So
do like a quick Q&A while we're waiting for Daryl. Seems that we don't really have questions. Okay. What's the impact of? So this is from Bianca. Okay. So the impact of this project, to be absolutely frank, is actually about our readership, which I think Medium has very nice stats for weekly stats, especially if you're a Medium author yourself. But more importantly, I think the biggest thing that we can take away is actually the growth of your stories, which is about how you're able to ensure that you have a proper pipeline with regular posting, updating.
So right now there's 9 sessions in progress, and I am in Broken Barges, rediscovering fragmented stories.
You're a solo Medium blogger. From there, how do you ensure that your stories reach out, that you actually make an impact in the community that you're trying to serve? Let's say you're talking about a very niche topic, which is what Broken Barges does. How do you engage with the community stakeholders in the end after that? Then difficulties that we face is actually story development itself, which is the topic that Daryl is talking about. How we source these stories, how we do collaboration. You make it sound easy, but it's actually really hard. Most of the time that we actually spend is on outreach, getting these stories, these sources to be convinced that we want to tell their stories with grace and dignity. And this actually leads to the next point I come up, which is actually how do we find these people? We work with our community stakeholders. We work with the mosque, the church, the clan associations, and government entities to point us in the right direction. For Medium in Spanish, I would say we are.
That's kind of one of the questions you're asking here. What are the right Masonic stories?
Mediums as well. However, Spanish will not really be our main focus. Currently, Broken Barges is indeed focused on Northeast Singapore as our current phase of project, and we might actually move on to the like more regions in future as well. Okay, Daryl seems to be reconnected. I'll hand the time over to you, please. We have about 8 more minutes. Let's make it quick.
So very briefly, kind of like verbal data is needed as well, right? And this is where kind of like project broken markers is like kind of like oral history aspect shines through. Because oral history interviews actually are a great way for you to identify what kind of emotions like come up. For example, kind of like when I'm talking like to like some of the people like I was talking with like regarding like fish like enterprises
Themes should be where the emotional aspect of a story shows itself the most.
we found that kind of like identifying the emotionality and like the kind of like dimensions of memory that like these people identified. For example, like how many fishes like were there, or who they work with, what interactions that they made, or the aspects of their work they enjoyed the most. These things kind of like demonstrate emotions in ways that growth is very important, but which like it is your job like as an author of an article to really identify for your i.e. vibes. So in general, this is where your personal style will also be shows, and it should be i.e. present in elements of the work. Because independent artists like kind of like whether you choose to be so independent kind of guy, like a unique one, or whether there's a set authorial voice like with narrative conventions included, and can also kind of like be displayed like through imagery. So I personally tended towards like kind of like a fixed authorial voice, but members of my team
Welcome. Jump in the chat. Say hello. Let me know how it's going. If there's anything you want to talk about.
also maybe more academic, like, or maybe more kind of like maybe more like a kind of like more like on the ground like approaches like really displaying meaning. And I would argue that kind of like in the field of history or journalism in particular, like this kind of flexibility like is a very welcome kind of like innovation. So for example, like I chose to highlight one of my co-author Eugene's like kind of like article on John Caillou to demonstrate how this might work in practice. So Eugene like kind of like used like kind of like quotations in his article like not as a willing way of kind of like copying sources, but as a way of bookmarking sources. So for example, like you can see here that like he's using different images, identifying like kind of like identifying parts of like the oral history which like have like kind of like emotionless and generous like looking forward, as well as like finding like finding like the reader like to the spatial kind of like area which like really talks about. So in this case like these are social activities where then kind of bring Isaac's interview to life, and then like kind of like bookmarks it in like kind of like by linking it back to kind of the economic focus like of these activities like current hubs like Singapore presidency. I think also like Malaysia like it's a visual kind of thing. So linking like the economic value to kind of like popular culture like items such as like helps us foreground like economic focus and kind of like material history of the region, while continuing with personal engagement and personal memory. Similarly, like I use like kind of economic historical data like to really like tell the story like of like the big founder Mr. Liao, identifying kind of like the geographical growth of the place in tandem with the economic like shifts like that I identified in the latest article, writing about migration, economic shifts, the role of small scale enterprise in the region. Nevertheless, like within the article itself, like I made sure to foreground it like kind of Mr. Liao's experiences, his memories, and if possible, kind of like dredging up like other oral history sources to demonstrate the kind of like more fleshed out dimensions, like of like for example like family dislocation and social dislocation, like that Mr. Liao like may have like kind of talked a little bit less about. So kind of like to conclude very broadly, our project suggests that really like
Welcome. Jump in the chat. Say hello. Let me know how it's going. We're here watching Medium Day 2025.
But I hope like Rustam and I have convinced you that really like project broken barges like is working towards like building that kind of public, but like we welcome like any like feedback and questions that you have like, and we welcome all future efforts by like media writers across the world to build that kind of public through your own communities and foster history making in your own worlds. Thank you.
for the next 15 minutes. Thank you. Okay, we have a question from Shivadra. Please explain how we add new topics or target existing focus areas. So, at least for our blog, we are very specific in the scope where we look at a geographical area.
Welcome. Jump in the chat, say hello. I'm here at Medium Day 2025. I'm just checking out the different sessions, figuring out how I can apply these to my Masonic career. I'm going to say leveraging brand as a growth strategy might be a pretty good session to take.
Years now, almost all about brand and brand marketing. I've worked in this space for most of my career at P&G, Ogilvy, McKinsey, all in different angles. And then currently I lead the brand consulting function at the media company Business of Fashion out of New York. And
that's a really good question. How do you translate brand marketing into growth? A lot of Masonic lodges are working really hard on trying to figure this out. So I think it's a very valid question there. And this might be one of the better options for Freemasonry, because a lot of Masons now are struggling with that idea.
And what's strong about that is that it's directly linked to how a company grows. So look at this growth marketing role at OpenAI, then it's global paid acquisition campaigns, at Call paid acquisition strategy, at Concepta, paid social strategy, at Thrive, performance marketing experience on Meta platforms, aka Facebook. Typically with these roles, you're responsible for managing a marketing budget that is going to immediately turn into revenue in the form of new customers, retained customers, increased pricing, additional sales. When you look at brand marketing, the focus is a bit different. The things that come up, I just pulled the first bullet point of a few different
Brand marketing is a tougher measure. It's tougher to measure as the focus is on long-term storytelling and brand cohesion. What is the long-term storytelling of Freemasonry? What is the brand cohesion of Freemasonry? How do we maintain brand consistency within Freemasonry? How do we develop authentic, consistent messaging in Freemasonry?
How does a company convey itself to its customers? However, on the flip side, a lot of these elements, it's very difficult to quantify.
Can brand investments drive measurable growth? That would mean measurable growth from a Masonic perspective in terms of attendance at lodge meetings and monetary growth, or not attendance at lodge meetings and membership, which then would result in some monetary growth. Airbnb spends a fraction of revenue on marketing compared to competitors because they invested in awareness and differentiation. That's probably a very valuable issue for Freemasonry. Are people aware of Freemasonry, and are people aware of what makes Freemasonry different? I can make this a little bit better. It's more centered. There we go. Hopefully that looks a little bit better. How do you build a brand that drives growth via awareness, differentiation, and trust? Blank Street Coffee. This is interesting because they're talking about Blank Street Coffee, and I love coffee. It's one of my favorite things in the world. And the brand marketing of Blank Street Coffee. So as someone who loves coffee very much, this is kind of hitting right up my alley. A lack of differentiation meant the company had to compete on price and constantly spend to acquire new customers. What is the Masonic differentiating factor? That's a good question. What elevated the design? Investing in store redesigns, partnerships, campaigns, and product innovation. Certainly investing in our Masonic buildings would be an example of differential. Partnerships would be an example of differential. Campaigns, product innovation. Can we have innovation in Freemasonry?
It's a great way to have a profitable skill. And of course, the growth results there. Once we switched to this new brand-driven strategy, the company started seeing sold-out store openings. In the past, they would simply launch a new store, it would be there. Now there's a line around the block when they launch it. Viral products. It's rated as one of Gen Z's favorite brands. It's become a destination rather than a low price option.
Results: sold out store openings, viral products, Gen Z favorite brand,
500%.
destination rather than low price option, higher price, higher volume. They got higher prices and 500% growth. So you can raise prices and have growth.
I put the 4 most important steps to meet on this table, given we have
Alignment, invest in brand, research, define your point of
This
view.
first one is
Alignment, brand, point of view, expansion.
what should our brand be? What's the creative? And that's great. But if you want your brand to succeed, you need to start with alignment on your team. And what that really means is alignment beyond, say, who's in marketing. If you want to do a brand transformation, it's going to take a lot of investment and it's going to take a lot of time. It's not a growth type marketing where you can put money into Facebook and you'll see that money coming back to you within a week. Instead, brand is the kind of thing that as you build awareness over time.
Answer the poll question. Let me know how you guys are doing. We're talking right now. We're doing this subject about building your brand, how to leverage your brand. And I'm trying to apply this to Freemasonry. How can we in Freemasonry create a brand that will be, that will help us leverage and grow within Freemasonry? And Square and Compass promotions for that matter.
Once you've done that session of alignment, that's when you can start your research part, which is the fun part, and really defining who your brand is. So there's many ways to do this.
A brand point of view sits between two areas: tension, brand's best self.
Which I found both very simple and very clear. And for them, defining brand is about identifying 2 spaces. One is your tension, and the second is your brand's best self, really who you are. When it starts with tension, what you're looking for is an insight, something that makes you go, huh. It's something that has, the word tension is very much about a contradiction, something that gives a little bit of discomfort. It's a real insight into the world.
There's plenty of tensions within Freemasonry right now.
And for Airbnb, we were talking about before, their attention is kind of summarized by this page. You have this idea of tourism, which was once about understanding different cultures and seeing new things. And instead, tourism has kind of become synonymous with, unlocal experiences, everyone taking the same Instagram photo and not even living in the world that they're traveling in, just living on their phone to show the people back at home that they were also there. And that's kind of sad. When you hear that, you're like, wait, why is that?
What are the tensions within Freemasonry? What is the best self version of Freemasonry?
This part should be easy. It's just describing who are we at our best. From a pure, functional, this is what we do perspective.
What is Freemasonry's best self?
Hopefully that's a global enough brand that everyone's aware of who they are. Their best self is pretty simple. It's a platform that allows you to book global experiences. The magic tells me you put these together. If you look at the tension and the brand's best self, if you've written your tension well enough, the brand's point of view should flow naturally. For Airbnb, their brand point of view is taking their brand's best self and leaning into the tension with this sense of, why can we not create a world where someone can belong anywhere? Where you're not traveling as a tourist, hiding behind your phone, but going and actually living in the world that you're traveling to. Once they define this, they will completely update their marketing to talk about these one-of-a-kind experiences. They use the words live there instead of travel there. They really differentiate themselves. While Expedia and Booking feel like, transactional, finding the cheapest hotel, Airbnb feels like an experience. For Blank Street, we followed a similar strategy. When we're looking for tensions, I found the tension in this book. It's called Ritual. And you can see it.
What are some of the tensions within Free? Hey, there's a book here called Ritual.
Senseless acts make life
That's going to be pretty applicable to Freemasonry.
Rituals about these little rituals that people do on the daily, and they might seem small, but they actually have an outsized impact on their life. When I interviewed members of the Blank Street team, I noticed this word ritual kept coming up. That coffee is the most important ritual I have. Rituals give me a sense of time and place. The rituals of my day are what get me through. And even about Blank Street as a business, what we're doing is building a daily ritual that brightens up that 5-minute part of your day. And when they said that, I was like, wait, it's only 5 minutes. But actually, these little interstitial parts of our life actually increase our happiness, increase our sense of self, and can have an outsized impact on who we are. And so we ended up focusing the attention there. When we added in the brand's best self, it came from that
Daily rituals that brightens up that 5-minute part of your day. How can we as Freemasons try to brighten up the hour or so, 2 hours, whatever it is that members are spending in our Masonic lodges?
Can actually set yourself up to have a great day.
Can Freemasonry set yourself up to have a great day? Set the member up to have a great day. I think that's worth exploring. Please answer our poll questions. Jump in the chat. Let me know how it's going. We exist to create rituals that enhance your life. It's an interesting, maybe Masonic ideas there.
More like the second to the first, which is alignment again. Once you've defined that point of view, you want to get your entire team aligned up. What is our purpose? What do we stand for? What makes us different? And alignment the first time is typically with the people with money. Your CFO, your CEO, your chief marketing officer. This second alignment is about your entire company. For a company like Blank Street, these are all of the people on the front lines, the baristas making coffee, the people designing drinks, the people working on your social media team. Everyone's who's going to bring your brand to life. For someone like Airbnb, it's not just the people who work at the company, it's also the hosts, because those are important partners, and you need those people to also convey the brand. Once you're done with the second alignment, then you can go into expansion, which is, okay, how do we bring this to life? The way you do that is you take
rituals that enrich your life: product, celebrity, retail experience, promotion, events.
And then you take, okay, what are all the big channels, all the big ways that customers are going?
This has been a great session for Freemasonry. What is the events, promotions, experiences, even what are some celebrities that we can get involved in Freemasonry?
Interaction with the company brought in that positive, if my day is currently operating at a 4 out of 10, leave Blank Street at a 7 out of 10, what do we need to do to do that? And that meant updating our products. So on the left side, we started launching a lot more fun drinks that would kind of add this sense of boost and enlightenment to your day. We brought in celebrities to kind of showcase a fun, positive atmosphere. Spent a lot of money on updating the retail experience, changing it from this kind of blah, black and white to, this bright green. Every Blank Street is slightly different. When you go, it should be much more elevated. Even our promotions started to fall into this strategy. One of the most successful promotions was the Summer Fridays. We did a partnership with Free People. And then also started hosting events as a way to kind of add this interstitial additional ritual. Right. So that's kind of the end of how we did it at Blank Street. Obviously, a very simplified version, but hopefully gives you a sense of how do you determine what your brand should be, but also how do you bring that together. I'm going to take a few questions because there's a ton of things in the chat. Let me see. I think a few people have raised their hands. I'm sorry because I could not answer them during the chat. If you have a question, could you please try raising your hand now, or placing them in the chat now, and I can answer them. Gary, I'm calling on you first.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
This is working. Walking my dog. It's 5 a.m. in California. 5:45 a.m. All right. So brand. You're talking about a lot of examples of how to build the right brand the right way. Blank Street and other companies, Airbnb. What if it goes wrong? What if the customer's experience is not aligning the brand? Like, does that ever happen? Because it sounds like a purposeful thing that people are, companies are building a brand a certain way. But what if the customer's experience is negative, or is customer experience doesn't align with the brand? Does that ever happen? And like, isn't it the real customer's experience that can also affect the brand?
Yeah.
Just wanted your take on that.
No, absolutely. That's a great question. I don't have that in this model, but understanding and really testing. A lot of times, you know, if you're
Does the Masonic experience affect the brand? I think that's kind of what this question is. They're saying, how does the customer experience affect the brand? I think we could ask the same question. How does a Masonic experience affect the brand? If Freemasons have a positive experience in Freemasonry versus a negative experience in Freemasonry, does that affect the brand of Freemasonry?
And often you're testing a lot of, okay, we're positioning here. Does this work for you? Occasionally companies do get it wrong. You see that in, you know, say the Cracker Barrel logo situation. Those things are tough to predict, and the best advice there is simply to speak to your customers. Understand who your best customers are. These days with digital marketing, and this is where your growth team really can come into play.
Back to the lobby. Writing as thinking, or beyond the hyperthinking AI.
Success that can only be achieved at that level because we've taken risks, because we've struggled, because we've failed, because we've learned. So today, I urge us all to embrace stress. I urge us all to celebrate our mistakes, to learn from each other, each and every one of them, to share them, to not be afraid to talk about those failures. I urge us to fail fast, to fail often, to never repeat the same failures.
Fail fast, fail often, never repeat the same failures. It's always good advice. Instead, experience new ones, which is also always good advice.
Let's all embrace and celebrate our mistakes and our missteps as long as we're able to learn. Let's see those mistakes as our first draft in life, knowing that they are essential to ensuring that our final draft, that which is ultimately published, that which is ultimately the bestseller, is as strong.
Final draft, final stone, we could say, our cornerstone. I guess cornerstone technically is the first stone, but.
Giving me your time. Thank you all for listening. I'm going to now move here. Hopefully we can go through some questions. I'm going to try to work my way up. So I apologize. Love that we're now teaching the word love. It's a great Yiddish word. So please love using it. So I have one question here. What would your first specific steps be after realizing a failure?
Welcome, Rondo. Yes, Medium is the publication website. So I publish a fair number of items on Medium for and related to Freemasonry. They're hosting a Medium Day 2025 where they're having a whole bunch of different speakers and sessions talking about different aspects of both writing in general and writing for Medium specifically. But a lot of it also is applicable to Freemasonry. I just attended a great session. This is all virtual. This is all on Zoom. A great session about developing a brand, how businesses, organizations, writers can develop a specific brand and then leverage that brand to promote growth in its business, in its audience, potentially from a Masonic perspective in its membership. So yeah. So please follow me on Medium, by the way. I'd appreciate that very much. I have a lot of great written items about Freemasonry therein, and I'm always looking to write more about Freemasonry and to write better about Freemasonry. But Rondo, let me know how it's going, and welcome. This Medium Day lasts the entire day, so I'll be here for the whole time. I may switch streams at some point to get my phone orientation to be vertical, because I prefer that to this horizontal section. Perfect. Oh yeah, that's right. I remember you asked me about that before. What'd you think of it, by the way?
Once you start breaking bones as you're fighting in the ring, and the people who love you want you to really stop. So I'm going through comments. I'm trying to do quickly so I'm mindful of people's time. Teddy Rose,
I'm just watching a section right now about embracing failure, which is probably a good lesson for me. I've failed many times. I'm sure I'll fail many more times. Although the current presenter is referencing Teddy Roosevelt, who was himself a Freemason. In fact, one story I really love is Teddy Roosevelt was so he got his third degree when he was I believe vice president, if I recall correctly. But his lodge was so well attended that they had to carry him into the lodge room to get him there in time, because the room was just packed with Masons wanting to see him get his third degree.
But it's that sort of critical friend that we all need. And I see the question again. It's exhausting writing without interaction. Absolutely is. And I'm glad.
Good.
It's that exhaustion.
I mean, this could also be applicable, this information, to writing on social media in general, like probably creating Facebook posts that are enjoyable, things like that. Asking the question, what is the Masonic differential factor? One person answered with other. If it was you, Rhonda, let me know what it is, what you think our differential factor is. The exhaustion is real, which is just one of the statements, which definitely is the case.
What's the next step after failure? What can you do to improve? The most important thing you can do after you fail is you have to ask the why question for failure. It's not a matter of flailing yourself. It's a matter of understanding, why do I feel this way? And it may be that it was the right idea at the wrong time. It may be that we wrote something that in the midst of what was going on in the world, we got completely lost, and that's why it failed. It may be that we hadn't given it as much thought, or we gave it too much thought. So you got to ask yourself the why.
I'm gonna go back to the booths for a second. Seven essential writing tools for busy creators. Maybe I'll join that one in a second. Age of Empathy. Welcome, Black Raven. No, so I am doing a 24-hour stream, but that's going to be on Sunday. This is going to be maybe a 12-hour stream. I'm attending Medium Day 2025. Medium, the online publication site, is hosting like a day of sessions and workshops. It's all on Zoom. And so while I'm attending it, I'm just hanging out and live streaming at the same time. Just I figure I can catch some people I don't usually catch. And we can talk about the most effective ways that we can engage in written content. I mean, for Freemasonry as well as for anything else. If you're a writer or interested in writing. The best session I attended so far was one about brand awareness, how we can leverage brand awareness for growth, whether it be growth in revenue, growth in membership, growth in relevance, which I think is the most important thing. Pretty soon I'll be attending a session on, I think, writing prompts, if I recall correctly. Let me just see. People can sign up for Medium Day 2025 themselves still, and then also you can see the recordings of the events after. Actually, yeah, because there's so many sessions happening all at the same time. Though with this stream, I may change it up soon and go back to the vertical orientation. I'm not a huge fan of horizontal orientation. Here it is. 7 essential writing tools for busy creators. Yeah, if you get the chance, I hope you follow me on Medium. Here, let me give you my Medium. It's my name. It's Adam, my Medium profile. And if you want to follow me on there, I'd appreciate it. If you've never been on there before, it's got a lot of really cool stuff. Ubiquity. Okay. Do you mean ubiquity from a historical sense? Like ubiquity just, it's so prominent in history? Or do you mean ubiquity in just the number of lodges that are around the world and the number of lodges that kind of exist everywhere? Or do you mean ubiquity in terms of kind of its cultural references, like how often you see Masonic rings and Masonic items in movies and pawn shop, like just the symbols kind of keep appearing over and over again. Branding as a writer has been tricky, as I feel I always reserve the right to progress, which can be difficult when building the ability to be an author. I'm on your Medium. Well, thank you for being on my Medium, Black Raven. I appreciate that. I always forget who is and isn't. Well, I think the issue with progress, by the way, hello, Dad, how's it going? The challenge with progress, right, is how do you maintain a consistent brand while also embracing progress? Right? Because if you are changing and growing in who you are as a person or in who you are as a writer, how do you demonstrate that growth while being consistent with your brand? I think that's an issue for a lot of people. It's also an issue for a lot of groups, companies, organizations, even Freemasonry, right? In the sense that what is the consistent brand of Freemasonry? How do we explore that? While also, how do we ensure that we are progressing both with the times, with our membership, kind of with the combinations of those things? So it can be a really tricky balance to find. I'm not saying I know what the answer is, by the way. I wish I did. But I do think with Freemasonry in general, one of our biggest challenges has been what is the Masonic brand, right, quote unquote brand, and how can we leverage that brand for growth, right? Whether it be, again, growth in terms of getting more members, getting more engagement, getting more relevance, right? And so I enjoyed the session. Was run by, what was her name? I gotta find it again. Let me see if I can find the name of the person who just ran that session. It was awesome. If I can find it. Leveraging Brand as a Growth Strategy by Michelle Wiles. And she brought up a coffee shop in particular where they managed to both, by changing their brand, they managed to both increase their customer base and increase prices at the same time. Oftentimes, what you hear in Freemasonry is this idea that if you increase your dues, you'll decrease the number of customers you have or members you have, is a better way to put it. If you have a successful brand, though, they've shown that that's not the case. You can maintain or increase your membership or your customer base while also increasing your prices if necessary. So it doesn't have to be an either or. I've heard that idea before when it comes to this idea of pick conflicting goals and try to achieve them both. Try to increase your costs or try to increase your prices or try to increase your revenues while increasing your membership, right? Try to make meetings longer and more enjoyable or whatever it is, right? Conflicting goals can sometimes be really valuable when you're trying to leverage your brand. But I'm going to write about a lot of these ideas on Medium once I'm, finished this day, which goes till 8. So it's going to be a long day, but a fun one. We're about an hour in. 7 essential writing tools for busy creators. This is by Jeremy Kaplan. I'm going to turn this on and I'm going to see what some of those tools are and if they're applicable to Freemasons. Freemasons need to be good at communication via writing. I need to be good writers, both for personal journals and for communication to membership.
Writing, it's really important to have the right tools. And just a quick other bit of background, I help, I work at the CUNY, City University of New York, the Newmark Graduate School of Journalism, and work with independent creators around the world, like these people on screen who are from all
What are our poll answers right now?
all kinds of new micro ventures, many of which involve writing.
Our ritual 50%.
Writing is about helping others write creatively, effectively, efficiently, given how much time.
Others, let me know, 50%.
Whether we are professional journalists, I was at Time Magazine for a while, or whether we're amateur writers. So many of us are writing just for the love of it, for the joy of it, for the practical aspects of it related to our careers.
LOL, I wish you did too. Do you mean change the aspect from horizontal to vertical?
This is some of the stuff I wrote.
Is that what you mean? I'll definitely check it out. Well, I haven't written about it yet. I'm still working on it. I'm still taking notes. But once I do write it, I'll publish it in Medium. If you're following me there and if you signed up to get email stories, then you should receive a notification that it's coming.
But some of you may not be using these on a daily basis or weekly basis. I'm not going to talk about Microsoft Word. I'm not really going to say much about Google Docs. I think many people know about those tools already, have used those tools already.
4 apps for busy writers: Letterly, Lex, Scrivener, IA Writer. We as Freemasons should probably be spending time considering leveraging artificial intelligence tools as a way to write better. Again, we need to be writing well because we're often communicating with our membership through the written form.
Letterly is a voice AI app. Now, one of the things that if I asked you in the chat to share one of the big challenges that you face as a writer, you can just put it in one word, drop in the chat. What's one word that expresses one of, we face many challenges as writers, but what's one word that expresses one challenge you face? Okay, I see.
Oh, yes. I think we all are struggling with that in some ways.
I see content, interest, focus, procrastination. Yeah. So many.
One word to describe my written issues. Let's go with, let me know if you like the horizontal. I'm not a big fan of this orientation. I prefer vertical myself.
But what I find really resonates with a lot of people who spend time writing.
I just put my word in as brand.
Blank page problem, the cold start problem. It's very difficult to go from 0 to.
We got focus, mental block.
Stopped at having a cup of coffee in front of you, sitting in front of your computer or whatever your drink of choice is, and having a blank page, and then having a page that's full of something to work with. Right? That's really hard. Getting from that 0 place to that 50 place. Getting from that cold start to having a warm flow of writing, right? That to me is one of the fundamental challenges that we face as writers. There's a book called The
It's a really interesting kind of day they've got happening. It's a virtual day.
Do something great. We don't want to do something mediocre, so we resist starting. So one of the reasons I'm talking
Yeah, and then because even if I go like this and I'm more in the center, then it's awkward for me in terms of how to like access my computer and access the maybe this is a little bit better though if I'm here, kind of how you're framed.
that we're not using our hands for typing something out. We're actually just talking. And talking, it turns out, is something most of us are doing most days.
But I prefer it the other way too. Also, I find I get more people when I'm vertical. I find more people when I'm vertical orientation as opposed to horizontal. Although I started at a brand new time. So the algorithm, my assumption is my numbers in terms of audience will increase around 1 o'clock, which is my usual time to be on stream.
Some of them are paid or freemium apps, some of them are free. Use them.
There's a really interesting kind of,
Whisper, 5 if you want to.
like this lobby is really interesting when it comes to
Have the same basic
Medium Day. They've got,
we can talk out our ideas and talk out our initial draft. So, and someone's asking,
here it is. They've got pubs, which is interesting. It's kind of like a get-together space. They've got booths. I remember back during COVID, you were constantly like looking at different virtual conferences and virtual events. I remember attending one for National Trust. All right, so maybe I'll stay here for the time being. I'll see if that helps with the framing at all. I find even framing is a lot better and a lot easier with the vertical frames. The Quantastic Journal. And by the way, if you want to check out any of this stuff afterwards, if you want to check this afterwards, Medium Day is recording all of their sessions, including any of the slides with the sessions, so you can always check it out after the fact as well. Rule of thirds, what is that again? That's right, it's 9 equal parts. It's like a 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, if I recall correctly, right? Basically means putting the subject in the center. And I am the subject. I'm going to check out a different session, I think. How to get to the top of Google searches. That could actually be a pretty valuable one. We in Freemasonry need to get to the top of Google searches. Well, we need the right Masonic content to get to the top of Google searches. One of the worst things that could happen to us as a fraternity is if, when interested applicants are typing in, typing into Google, what is Freemasonry, if the content that they get ends up being something that is either anti-Masonic or conspiracy theories or clandestine lodges and not official lodges or irregular lodges, right? You want to make sure that the regular Masonic content is getting to the top of Google searches, not the anti-Masonic content. Thank you, Rondo. That's very cool. As a Mason, I appreciate the reference to geometry and squares, but that's very cool. Intersections create squares of tension. So generally speaking, I should be framed in the center, I think, is the idea, right, of the rule of thirds, or the subject should be framed in the center.
Guardian, BBC links to it. It just needs to be the answer the question for people who come to
Answer the question for the people who've come to look at this site. So what are some of those common questions people are asking about Freemasonry, and how can we optimize our content so it's easily discoverable through search engine optimization?
the other day. I don't know if it's still there, but let's have a look and see. This could be embarrassing if it.
Well, that's definitely some Masonic content there. I'll take it. I appreciate that.
This is a little bit sneaky because I'm not going to use the exact wording. This is one that I wrote before about being a digital nomad, the joys of being a digital nomad. So I thought I'd play around with Google searches and see what I can come up with. And I put digital
Upwork, the good, the bad, the ugly.
joys.
So he's just showing us ways that you can make sure that when you are producing content, that it's easily discoverable through Google searches
There's my article again. So the joys
and easily findable through Google searches.
on the Google search. And again, if we look at this article, there's no keywords here. The word joy appears once. And I've searched digital nomad joys, and the word joy appears once. We look for joy one time. So it's not
Every now and then I'll go and I'll check Google Analytics to see if Freemasonry is being checked out, how much is being checked out, how many searches it's appearing in, the types of searches the word Freemason is appearing in. Google Analytics is a good tool to use if you want to know to the extent to which your public, kind of the public facing aspect of your brand, to go back to the idea of the brand.
answers the question. So again, it's not hard to get to the top of Google if you're answering the question, as is obvious from that. So that's pretty much what I wanted to share with you. It's now open to you to ask me some questions if there's anything that you want to know. I've been writing.
If anybody has any questions that they want me to ask any of these presenters, please let me know, and I will do it for sure.
Ask what's not. So
Nice. I don't know if I've asked you this before, Rondo. If I have and I've forgotten, please forgive me. Are you an artist or like a designer?
was your intention to rank when you wrote that post? Okay, well, yes, I probably did answer that. It wasn't, and that was the whole idea, is that all I was doing was sharing my story, trying to, again,
A really good question that just asked was it your goal to rank
should do.
on Google when you started writing?
It wasn't intending to rank, but I was surprised to see that.
And the answer was no, I just started writing about things I enjoyed, and then from there I kind of discovered how to rank. I think you need to start with writing about what you love, and then, or creating content, or just start with what you love and then kind of figure it out on the back end, if that makes any sense.
Bobby,
Okay,
okay.
so do you
Doesn't get me.
produce artwork and
I do when I do a Google search. Quite often you ask a question.
like design for fun? Do you do any personal work? If so, maybe one day you could share with me. I'd love to see some of your work. I'm a big fan of art. I can't do it. Maybe I'm a big fan of it because I can't do it myself to save my life. I'm not an artist by any means. But maybe I'd love to see some of your stuff one day.
So I put minus reddit.com, and so Reddit results don't appear.
Talking about Reddit right now.
So Reddit doesn't.
It's interesting when it comes to Freemasonry. There is a pretty decent site on Reddit, or page on Reddit, which is usually pretty active and usually has some really good information on it.
But I think that in this purpose, looking for a website.
Do you tend to do more natural stuff, or like do you design
Thanks, Bobby. That's
like landscapes, or is your artistic, like what style is your art?
I'm really not sure how Medium is tackling with SEO when AI usually summarizes the content. Okay, that's probably not a question for me because I'm just a humble writer like the rest of you. want to speak to one of the Medium staff writers who can explain to you what they're doing about SEO. But as I mentioned in my own writing, I'm not focusing heavily on SEO anymore.
SEO, I don't know if you heard that. SEO stands for search engine optimization. Again, how do we optimize our content to make sure that our content, Masonic content, is showing up first when people do a Google search and not third, fourth, fifth, sixth down the list, something like that.
This is great. Thank you for. How do you capitalize on that traffic? Oh, thank you, Zuli. Great question. So, that's really interesting that you've asked me that.
Here's a good point. Even if you get people showing up at your site, how do you make sure that you're capitalizing on that by getting them to not just that your stuff shows up first on Google or at the top of the list, but also that they click on it and there's a follow through, maybe to make contact, become a member, whatever it might be.
Because the Upwork page is the one that's ranking. So what that tells me is that what my audience want to know is not so much about my story, but what's in it for them, what tools can help them. So I've actually got an idea now to write some follow-ups to that, not about Upwork, but there's a cult of copy job board, which is good, bad, and ugly as well. So I was thinking I might stick good, bad, ugly theme and write about some of the other sites and tools that I've used and see if that's going to work out more what my audience wants. So to answer your question, capitalizing on that means that this is what my audience wants.
Well, I mean, I don't know how old you are, Rondo, but there's still time, and if if you're still doing it on the side and you enjoy it, that's what the most important thing is, right? I never want people to, even with Freemasonry, right? I have guys who've joined in their 70s and in their 60s, and they tell me that they tell me before they joined that they felt like they waited too long. It's never too late. Heck, I've always had an idea about Freemason comic books, so probably is one nowadays. So maybe one day you can do that. But that's really cool. Out of curiosity, who's your favorite comic book character? For me, it's Batman.
Notices the depth of the authority of what's being written. So I had to write an article for the other day, and in a former life I was an accountant.
And plus, if you just do it for fun on your own, then that matters too, right? You don't have to necessarily do it for other people.
About my 15 years as an accountant and the industries I've worked in and built a bio at the start. So when ChatGPT came to do the...
By the way, the theme of today's Medium Day is just start writing, which I think is pretty great advice for almost anything. Just start, see what happens.
So that's what authority means, is that
Talking about authority, which is a pretty valuable tool in Freemasonry in the sense that when we're writing something, people want to see that we have the authority to actually write about it, to know what we're writing about, to know what we're talking about.
authority isn't important. It's mostly important on your money, your life, YMYL articles. So your money...
The muse or muses can be fickle, that's for sure. And that can be hard, right? I mean, I've struggled with writer's block when it came to me writing messages as the worshipful master or writing things for the summons. Luckily, it's a little bit easier because a lot of what I have to write is informational for the membership, right? It's like if you need to make sure members know about upcoming events in the district, then it's not really writer's block per se. It's just how do you let them know about the dates and the times in the most efficient and clear and concise manner. But sometimes when I have to try to write something, a message that's a little bit more creative, that's not just relaying information, but making a request or an ask of the membership, it's a little bit harder. Excuse me. Well, I could change it up a little bit, Rondo, and maybe ask the question, what's your favorite comic book company. The two I know of are Marvel or DC. I'm sure there's others I don't know about. But between, let's say, Marvel and DC, what would you say your favorite is? Since for me, my favorite character is Batman, it's pretty obvious my favorite comic book company is going to be Marvel. Or sorry, Marvel. It's going to be DC.
To have a fair few paragraphs about each topic, so about it under each head, to show that you're answering that question. Because think about your headers as a question, as questions.
Really, the whole point of this session so far is just to ask, to tell people
Under the header.
when you're trying to get at the top of the Google charts, top of the Google searches, start by figuring out what questions are people asking and then try to answer those questions as early as you can. Like as soon as you can in your written work, first paragraph, try to answer the question and then go on to explain how it is you came to that answer or why you came to that answer. But start with answering questions people have.
I tried that. I created my own blog and I wrote on Medium. And I found that I was diluting what I was writing on both because you can't plagiarize yourself. Plagiarism even works if you're copying and pasting yourself from one side to another. You're plagiarizing yourself, and that's plagiarism that you can't do. So you can't write on Medium and copy and paste the exact same thing onto your own blog. So they've got to be different. So I found
Don't plagiarize yourself. Good advice. Try to be creative and unique with everything you write. I think that's very valid, very valuable.
on Medium. All my articles about myself on Medium, not on my own blog. I closed it down. So that's just me. But I just found that the work that I have to put on my own blog meant I was still diluting what my message
Another way to
was.
put it could be don't cannibalize yourself.
For me, Medium is better than my own blog. Right. More questions?
Believe that session. Let's see what else we got happening. So interesting. There's a whole bunch of what's called pubs, which looks like the whole series of Image Comics. Who's Image Comics? What type of, do I know any heroes? Like any Image Comics heroes? I'm wondering if all these things I can submit to submit publications here. They did Spawn? I thought Spawn was DC. I once had a comic book. It was Batman versus Spawn. I remember the artwork, thinking the artwork was really, really cool in it. How do you... Welcome, I'm hanging out here. I'm taking part in Medium Day 2025. Just start writing. And while I am doing that, I figured I'd be online for the day as well, streaming, and see who wants to join and who wants to chat. That's really cool. What did he do outside of Spawn? I mean, like I said, I really... For me personally, like I said, it was always Batman. Was always my favorite character. But I did enjoy Spawn a fair bit. I didn't mind X-Men either. I remember really enjoying the Age of Apocalypse series. I'm just taking advantage of opportunity to add my work to a publication. One of the things about this Medium Day is it gives me a chance to connect with different publications and submit my work to them. publications on Medium kind of curate all of your different works, or different works about, like, different authors' works on the same topic. So if you have a publication on Medium that focuses on Mexico, anybody who writes anything about Mexico can submit their work to it to be published on that page as well as on your own personal page. But everybody watching, I hope you're doing well. Answer the poll question. Let me know how it's going and anything you want to talk about. I'm just sharing a link quickly, then I'm going to go back. If I can find it, that is. But everybody watching this, thank you for being here. This is going to be a longer stream, and it's going to be a blast as well. So I really appreciate everybody who's joined so far. Thank you so much. And I hope everybody's having a great day. This is a different stream for me, different time, starting a lot earlier than I normally do. But it's still a lot of fun, and we're learning about how best I can utilize the Medium publishing site. If I could find the thing now. Ottawa, place in my heart. Here it is, and I'll be there in a heartbeat. To be a Mason is to be a traveler. I hope everybody is doing well, and thank you, Medium, for putting on this day. Intercultural Club. There's going to be a lot of forms filling out today, I think. So keep me company. Jump in the chat, say hello, and let me know how it's going. Promotions seeks to explore the ways we and is relevant to the communities and cultures of which it is a part. I don't have any unpublished drafts right now. We are here just hanging out on Medium Day 2025, hashtag just start writing. And right now I'm submitting my work to some Medium publications. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. If there's anything you want to talk about, please let me know. Or you can just hang out with me and keep me company. If you have a favorite Medium story of mine, by the way, please let me know. Oops, no, this is the wrong one. Here it is. Sports type stories. There's a ton of books. There's a ton of interesting oh, they have a chill and chat room. You can hang out anytime between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. Talk to us. Doesn't say how I can actually do the chatting with them. There's 19,000 people in here. Not here watching me. There's one person watching right now, but 19,000 people in the Medium Day. I'm going to go back to sessions for the time being. I can go back and watch recordings after the fact too, but I'm going to go because it's 9:30 now. To, let's see. Stories between the lines, finding extraordinary narratives in the mundane. I think we as Freemasons need to be able to tell extraordinary stories despite the, from the everyday aspects of our lives and the mundane aspects of Freemasonry, which are just as important, by the way, as the major aspects.
It's easy, it's quick, it's not the most nutritious, but it's it's convenient for you, so that's what you do. Today, as you step into the kitchen, something is different. Perhaps it's the slant of the light on the windows. Maybe there's something in the air, but you decide to try something new. So you go for an omelette with whatever toppings you wanted. You go for the omelette and you realize, oh, this is something new, and it's something I actually surprisingly like. So, as I mentioned before with the redirection metaphor, it's something more abstract that I thought about. And feel free to tell me what you think about when I mentioned this scenario. Yeah, the routine will make you stick for the omelette, not to keep trying something new again. Yeah, precisely. I like that thinking a lot. And let's try with
Digital
another
Global
scenario.
Traveler seems like a cool
This
booth.
time, imagine you get home from a long day of deep focused work. All you want to do is take a bath, so that's what you do, draw a bath. Perhaps you light a candle, whatever, pleases you. And as you enter the
Where's the
bath, you
booths
stick your head
that I
underwater,
can use?
your breath for as long as possible. And what happens
Welcome,
is
Altitude Investing. How's it going? I hope you're doing well. Thank you for being here. What's new and exciting?
not to the world, but to your own thoughts, and then you can pause and ground yourself. And
I am. I still go live, around the 1 p.m. mark normally, but today I'm doing it earlier because I'm taking part in Medium Day 2025, and so a big part of that is, hanging out, and I figured I'd just hang out and chat with people while I'm doing it. I'm stuck here from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., so might as well hang out and have fun. There's also chill and chat rooms in this Medium Day. How's it going with you? Anything new and exciting in the cryptocurrency front? I keep hearing that cryptocurrencies are kind of going down or not doing very well right now.
As you can see on the responses you guys are sending in, all of them are in some way unique, are different. Which is why my next point is actually pretty perfect. Because
I was also going to ask you if you've had any, I don't know, I forget where you're located in Utah, but I don't know if you're affected at all by Charlie Kirk's situation. I was saying, I didn't want there to be a whole bunch of press or police forces descending upon the state, affecting my Masonic brothers at all. I'm going to join this booth. I'm curious to see what's happening with it. Hold on just one sec. I'll be right back. I just got to grab something from over here. Oh my gosh. That must have been some really interesting conversations. I can only imagine what that was like. Good. So long as there's a way. I thought it was. But I was thinking it might be kind of make things interesting in your state. I agree. Yeah, no, I agree. It is. I mean, obviously, always a big fan of his. His wife deserves a husband. His kids deserve a father. So it's incredibly sad. but I I hope that we don't end up in a place where this type of violence becomes common, right? I think that would be a really terrible situation. And hopefully, we as Freemasons can do something to, as much as possible, maybe lower the temperature, help ease tensions that exist within the world right now. I think that's very incumbent upon us as Freemasons, right? That's kind of what we as Freemasons do. So, do you have any more lodge meetings this month, or are they all done for the month? I'm just right now in the medium day chill and chat room. Chill and chat is the host. A couple people on here right now. Curious to see who else might join. Oh, I got a heart. Yeah, there's a couple meetings happening. None for my lodges, but I'm helping out on a third degree. I'm helping out, on a third degree on the 26th, and then October, actually, no, sorry, September 26th, so a week from now, and then on the 1st of October, we have our official visit, and I'm getting ready for that, so, should be a lot of fun. I do. I help a ton with degrees. Right, it's one of the most important things you can do when it comes to a district, is to visit and help out with the other degrees, because there may come a time when your lodge needs help with a degree, and if you haven't been going to help other lodges out, why would they want to help you out, you know? I think one of the things you have to always, and that's true for not just degree work, but just visitations in general, right? The more you support other lodges, the more those other lodges will hopefully support you. That's usually the case. I agree with you. I find that's also a very good rule to live by. So I would agree with that. Did you vote on our poll question? And if so, did you pick ritual? Because I think that one is just had a new vote to it. That's one of the webinars sessions we took today, was building brand awareness, what that is and how that works. In this case, the brand awareness of Freemasonry, and how we can build that brand to differentiate ourselves from other groups, organizations, services, etc., etc. Which I would agree with. I think that's a very valuable and important thing. I'm enjoying this. Is kind of weird because it's kind of, as I'm on this Medium Day site, it's kind of taken me back to COVID times when so many Masonic events and sessions were all done online. I remember the Grand Lodge annual communication of 2020. Or 2021 in Ontario was virtual, was a Zoom meeting. I remember taking part in it through, so I got on the Zoom link and I watched it while I was in a Denny's in Texas, which was kind of fun. Oh, I love Denny's. Denny's is awesome. I think, in my opinion, Denny's is. I mean, we don't have them in Canada. We have them in Canada some places, but it's very rare. And I love Denny's. I love breakfast. Like, to me, breakfast is the best meal. It tastes good anytime. It tastes good for breakfast. It tastes good for dinner. It tastes good for like a late lunch or an early lunch, I should say, a brunch. And Denny's is awesome. The best type of Denny's are the ones where they serve grits, which sometimes you get, sometimes you don't. But I love grits. Gonna follow this guy. There we go. I'm having a great time checking out Medium Day 2025. Just start writing / writing is for everyone. Learning about ways that I can create content that will be applicable to a wider audience while promoting my ideas on Freemasonry, as well as just general information on branding, on search engine optimization, etc., etc. I'm right now just in a chat on the Chill and Chat Medium Day app. kind of cool music. I don't know how well you guys can hear it in the background, but it's kind of fun to hang out and chat with people. And welcome, you're just joining us. Please take a moment, hit the like and subscribe button. It's going to be a 12-hour stream. We're hanging out on Medium Day 2025. Just start writing. I'm just taking different courses and sessions on Zoom about how to write effectively, how to get that writing scene, getting ideas, brainstorming, meeting different writers. It's a lot of fun. So, kind of reminds me a little bit of back in the day, almost COVID in a weird way, taking part in a Zoom conference. I kind of thought these were finished, but at the same time, they're a great way to bring in people from around the world in a very cost-effective manner, and also a very efficient manner. Please take a moment, hit the like and subscribe button, and I hope everybody's having a great day. I may try to check out some more of these booths. The same. All right. I'm just going to wait to see if I get a response, and then maybe I will switch to a different booth. Oh, we got some more people joining. I don't know if I want to. Dun, dun, dun. Oops. Looking for publications. All right, I'm going to end this stream, I think, or not. Sorry, not end the stream. End this room. I'm going to still keep streaming. Leave this room. I'm at. If I can find a. Oh, actually, he just answered. let's find us a new room to go to. We're back to the lobby. Let's go back to some booths. Ooh, AI Advances. I'm going to check this one out. Nope, that space is inactive. All right. It's interesting. I may jump onto this one in a second. Let's join. Hey Spirit, how's it going? I hope you're doing well. Thank you for being here. We're just hanging out. This is Medium Day 2025. Just start writing, and I'm just chatting with people, talking about basically my written work on Medium and how I can make it better. I'm sorry, Spirit. I hope it's not too bad.
Hi, Catherine.
There was no. Alright, it was pretty much.
But let me know what's going on, Spirit, if everything is okay. Well, I mean, it's kind of I can understand that it's kind of a rough time and feels like a very rough time in a lot of ways. What I would say is I wouldn't mourn too much simply because this is not the first time any country, including America, by the way, has gone through some of these challenges, and more often than not, we tend to make it out on the other end okay. It's just a crummy period from, as we make it through from one end to the other. But I find, for whatever it's worth, if you are supportive of your friends, supportive of your family, supportive of your neighbors, if you try to kind of just keep stepping, at least historical perspective, things tend to work out okay. It's a miserable period as things try to get better. So I guess what I'd say is kind of keep that in mind as much as you can. I mean, I was just in the Philippines, and you consider the fact that, I was just in the Philippines, and you consider the fact that a few years ago, Duarte, I think that's how you pronounce his name, was, existing as kind of a strongman dictator type of character, and then found himself, out of power and currently in custody. I'm sure the people in the Philippines, while that was going on, felt it mourning as well, but they made it through. So we're going to make it through as well. I truly believe that, for whatever it's worth. At least that's my oh so humble opinion. I'm here in taking part in Medium Day 2021. It's been a blast. I'm really enjoying it. I'm going to go to another session right now. By the way, at 11 o'clock, there's a session that people can vote on for patreon.com. If you're a Patreon member, you can vote on which session I attend. Let's see. The current winning session is, if I could find it now, there are 4 options. Still 1 vote. So the session we're going to be watching at 11 o'clock, unless anything changes in the next 40 minutes, 11 a.m., so about 50 minutes from now, is Eagle versus Chicken, the leadership mindset shift. That'll be at 11 a.m. And by the way, Spirit, for whatever it's worth, I think that we as Freemasons do have a place in trying to make the world a better place and in fighting back against some of these things. But the way you fight back is through, again, being kind to those around you, being supportive of those around you, sharing Masonic values of freedom and liberty and democracy with those around you. And then you just work hard to protect yourself, protect others, and you'll be okay. Again, at least that's what I think, for whatever it's worth. There's a lot of really interesting booths happening right now. Very impressive to see kind of the booths. This is again Medium Day 2025. It's bringing people together from around the world. They're doing a really great job. I'm going to go back to the chill and chat room for a little bit. But I hope everybody is doing well. Thank you again for being here. And as always, please take a moment, hit that like and subscribe button if you're new to the stream. Interesting, another vote, Our History. Got 1, looks like 2 votes. If you voted for history, let me know why and what your thoughts are on that. I don't know if you guys can hear that music, but it's very chill music. Let me turn it down a little bit. That is very true, and that's a very good point. And that's what differentiates. That's a really interesting way too that you took my question, because I was thinking initially for my poll question, it was more about what differentiates Freemasonry from what differentiates Freemasonry as a whole from other civic groups. But you took that even one step further, and what differentiates lodges from one another, which is an equally valid question. Right? What differentiates lodges from each other? Right? So each lodge has its own unique history. And that's a really cool point, a really cool thing to keep in mind. I think you can take it both ways. And I think that's kind of the really fun part about it, right? Is you can take the question both ways. And both ways, both interpretations, either as Masonry as a whole compared to other civic groups or lodges and bodies within Freemasonry. I think both interpretations are valid, and both interpretations are really cool as well. I hope everybody's having a great day. Thank you all so much for being here. Trying to see who else joins. I'm going to be doing this the whole day, so I got plenty of time. So I'm in no rush. I'm just hanging out, taking part in Medium Day 2025. And while I'm doing that, I figured I'd jump on stream and chat with people. Just start writing. I may be muting this at some point because I may go on a Zoom discussion, a Zoom booth with some people. I don't record them without their knowledge, but I'll come back and forth, right? Meantime, I'll still communicate with you guys through the chat, so. That is true. We do have a history that goes all the way back to England or Scotland, right? Our heritage is a really fascinating part about what it means to be a Freemason, what it means for free. It's something that differentiates us. Certainly, our lineage going back that far. And even if you want to start a fraternal order in 2025, which you certainly could. You are kind of starting it from thin air. Even if you tried to kind of borrow, would be the polite way to put it, some of our history or terms or terminology, right? You couldn't do it. We do have a lot more bureaucracy though, Spirit. You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. We do have that as an issue. I like how you meant to say lineage, but I think you said linguini, which honestly I love linguini, so I'm not complaining about that at all. I hate it when that happens. It happens to me all the time. So don't worry, you're not alone. Um, it's always annoying when I'm trying to type in like something in the chat, and then all of a sudden you end up with like you know, you went to say lineage, but you say linguini or something. But I got what you're trying to say, and people can figure it out. Let's go back to the booths. Let's see, or let's go back to the sessions or the lobby. Let's see what else is happening. Actually, I'm gonna go to Don't Write for Money. I think that might be a really interesting. Or now I'm gonna go for Don't Write for Money. I think that might be a really interesting. Actually, we're gonna go. Come on. I want to see tiny experiments for writers. All right, let's try this one. Finding your person voice. Finding your first person voice. We as Freemasons are mostly writing in first person. So being able to write in the first person voice is probably going to be pretty valuable.
Itself, painting and in writing, we can express ourselves to the writer. So I was asked by Medium to try to promote this talk today, and I wrote this. This first paragraph is just explaining about the meeting, the presentation we're having today. So I'll start below this, and I'll talk about finding your narrative. So finding your narrative voice is an ongoing process of writing from the heart. Among the first stories I wrote for a college newspaper were fairly short features written in the first person. One I remember most clearly many years ago, in 1974, was an interview for the UCLA Berlin with a gung-ho U.S. Army recruiter in Westwood. I wanted to know what it was like for a young man stepping into a recruiter's office just after the Vietnam War with the romantic idea of signing up and serving his country. While the recruiter knew that I was a writer, I imagined and treated the session just as a nervous young man might walking into a recruiter's office and have a lot of questions.
Awesome, you should. I mean, if you wanted to share that poem with me too, I'd love to see it. And maybe I could share it in my lodge. I love Masonic poetry. Is it a poem that you composed yourself, or is it a poem that you found somewhere? Well, I can send you some poems that I've found, some Masonic poems. A couple ones that are really unique that were composed by a friend of mine, if you want me to send them to you. I know I've got your email address somewhere, but if you give me your email address once again, I can share it with you, or I can send it to you through. Yeah, I know 2 or 3 poems that I can send you. When you said that, at first I thought what you were saying was that you were going to, you had a poem you composed. Um, If you're comfortable putting your email address in the chat, because I gotta search and I forget what you are now. Otherwise, maybe I can find you through my Patreon. Let's see. Because I know you're signed up. I can message you that way. What's the best way for me to send you something? Let me ask you that.
I was fortunate to begin writing for newspapers in the 70s when many exceptional nonfiction magazine and book writers were honing a new journalism style. New journalism is a 1960s, 70s nonfiction genre that uses literary techniques such as detailed dialogue, scene setting, and point-of-view narration to tell true stories, blurring the lines between journalism and fiction to create immersive and emotionally resonant narrative. According to
Or here, we'll do it this way maybe if you'd like.
it's amazing, but I'm gonna from now, if they come up with some better things.
What I'm going to do is info@squareandcompass.ca. Just shoot me off an email, info@squareandcompass.ca. I'll find it and then I'll send you an email with the poems. There's a couple poems that I can think of. Just make sure you credit Maria Matusik. She was the poet. She was the author. I can actually read the poem if you guys want it. It's really good. And actually, one of the poems is on my Medium, which I'm attending Medium Day 2025 today. So that's one of those things where it probably would make sense that I share that poem with you guys as well. Once you send it to me, let me know so I know to check, and then we'll go from there. How are you guys doing? We're hanging in here, Medium Day 2025. Hope everybody's doing well. I hope you guys will take a moment to, hit that like button and subscribe button. We're hanging out, checking out Medium Day 2025. Just start writing or just keep writing. All right, give me a couple seconds and then I'll send you the info. Dun, dun, dun. Right now I'm checking out a Zoom session on Medium Day 2025. Finding your first person voice. Most Masonic writing is done in first person, unless it's something exclusively informational. And one thing I think a lot of Masonic writers struggle with is finding their voice and how to write in first person. So, oops. I don't see it yet, but that could mean it's just taking a couple seconds to come through. Let's give it a few more minutes. Let's see if it does pop up anytime soon. All right, there we go. I just got it. All right, give me 1 sec, and I'm going to reply to you, Spirit. You're going to see the stories. Oops. Or the poems, I should say. Okay. We got that one, and then we got, let me just get the one from Medium. Called An Ode to the Masons Gathered Here Today.
Alright, well, I was trying to open up to gallery view, but I can't do that. I'm used to having everybody seen, but I guess not. So, let me go to the chat.
If I could track it down, that is. I could maybe find it for you guys.
Alright, I'm gonna go from the top. Wow. Guys, so many things. I'm sorry I couldn't get to you all. If somebody's in New Orleans, great. Happy to be here. Nice comment. Baby, it's nice meeting you. That's wonderful.
Here it is.
I've seen people here from Florida, North Carolina, South Wales, Newport, UK, Colorado.
All right.
Great. Okay, so let me get to see if there's
All right, Spirit, you're getting an email. It's got a link to one poem that was published through Medium, and then it's got a attachment with another poem on it. The attached poem is from 2024. The poem An Ode to the Freemasons Gathered Here Today is from, I guess really should be An Ode, shouldn't it? Yes, I just realized I made that mistake. No, that's right. All right. You can use either one. Just when you're doing it, try to give credit to Maria Matusik. Follow me on Medium, by the way, if you're not following me on Medium already. But Spirit, let me know if and when you receive that information, that email, and the poems. And you can read them both. Neither one are that long, so you should be able to read maybe both of them in Lodge. Perfect. Let me know what you think of the poems. I personally prefer the one that's attached as opposed to the link, but they're both great poems.
Somebody's writing from Montego Bay. Thank you for the share. I really appreciate all your responses.
Much appreciated. In this case, it's more important you give the poet a shout out, but I'll take a shout out too. Maybe encourage people to join my 24-hour live stream on Sunday.
All right, well, I'm going to close the meeting. Thanks so much for coming. I appreciate your comments and your audience listening to me.
All right, let's head back to the lobby. No worries. I mean, there's a ton of Masonic poems that you can find, but I like those two because they're not this. I mean, most people have read a Robbie Burns poem in Lodge or something to that effect. I like these because they're not the most well-known poems in the world, but they're great. They're really very good. Um, and so, yeah, let me know what you think of them. No, it should be just two poems. The one that's attached and the one that's in the link. Unless I've made a mistake. No, there should be two. Just the attachment is just PDF, which is called Conversations with the Master of the Lodge. And then interview with Maria Matusik, international poet on an ode to the Masons gathered here today. I mean, I interview her as well in it, so there's like an interview, but it's just two poems. But each one should be, like I said, neither one of them are very long, so they should be easy to read out in Lodge, either one or both. Discover your voice and your confidence as an essayist. Actually, I like Anthony Bourdain. I'm going to check out this session, How to Write About Food as Good as Anthony Bourdain. That should be a fun one to check out. That was not a fart, that was my wheelchair moving, just for the record. If anybody says otherwise, that is scurrilous.
This is something that he was really good at. He wouldn't just talk about the food, he talked about how it fits into the politics, the culture, and the people that he met. He talked about how he feels about the food and the politics and the culture too. He'd ask difficult questions that make readers or viewers face their own biases in relationship with the subject matter. That's how he adds tension. When it comes to blaming the system, not the individual, he never judged specific individuals. He doesn't say in that quote, "You don't like Mexicans," or "You ride around in Pokemobiles eating at McDonald's." Instead, he criticized the systems that allowed this to happen. So what I want to do now is go into some concrete examples about sort of how I've incorporated these ideas into a few different examples of my own writing about food. So if you have access to this document,
it's a great one.
there's going to be a link if you want to follow along. I'm not going to share my.
I guess I don't know if you follow me on Medium or if you have an account on Medium, but if you want to follow me on there, it's like I said, I try to produce written content about Freemasonry regularly. So, I mean, I'm taking part in Medium Day 2025, so I'm taking part in that right now.
About the time I spent 6 weeks in Romania a couple of years ago. And I start with an anecdote about when I started. It was cold, we headed to the market, we found food. So far, not a whole lot of tension or wider context, just sort of more of a play-by-play account about what was happening the day I arrived in Romania. But then I finished my introduction with a quote, which is, if markets are the window into a country's food scene, this told me that Romania was going to be homegrown, seasonable, and very traditional. I was partly right, but not completely. And that adds the tension. That means there's going to be something more of just an account of I ate then this, then this. I also wanted to add wider context in this story, in this case with the use of history. So I talk about the starvation that happened in Romania in the 1980s when it was under the dictatorship of Ceausescu. I also put in my own experience of seeing that starvation firsthand, because I used to be in Romania with my parents who worked there after the fall of communism there, so I was there in the 1990s. And this context is what brings that story alive. It takes it from...
The presenter in this is Charlie Brown, which is interesting.
Everyone does that when they travel, don't they? To, this isn't just about food. This is about how food has shaped Romania as a country and also the right to its person. So another example, again in that document, is one that I wrote called Portuguese Sardines, Canfish, Gentrification, and the Vilification of Upskilled Labour. So on the surface, this is about a story about me visiting But I think one of the reasons this resonated with readers was because it went into politics and factory work. It talked about how the women in this factory are on low wages because it's considered a low-skilled job, when all I saw was a group of very, very skilled women.
I'm going to go, I think, on mute for a couple minutes, just to take care of something, but I'm still going to be checking the chat, so you guys should be able to still communicate through chat with me. Going to mute for a few minutes, but will still communicate via the chat. So I'm going onto mute, but I should be back soon, and I'll still check the chat. You'll still be able to see me. I just have to go on mute for a couple of seconds. I want to jump into a Zoom meeting quickly. I want to make sure everybody can, isn't being recorded against their will or anything like that. Give me 1 sec. All right, I should be back. Hope everybody's doing well. Thank you guys for giving me a second there. Just had to deal with some. All right, I should be back. Hope everybody's doing well. Thank you guys for some audio stuff, and then you heard that as well. How's it going, Mystical? Yeah, I just was to take a Zoom call quickly, and being on the Zoom call, I didn't want to be recording people, obviously. So, how's it going, Mystical? I hope you're doing well. Thank you guys for being here. We're doing Medium Day 2025. We're going to be watching Chickens versus Eagles at 11 o'clock. At least I'll be watching it and then giving my comments on it. It's about leadership lessons. And there's a session right now, Discover Your Voice and Your Confidence as an Essayist. Living the life is good. I hope that your life is going well for you. And it's always wonderful to have you join. Anything exciting planned for this weekend?
Dick, meeting the moment. Constance, you're going to want to drive that to, again, also be more specific. What's your world that's going to operate in?
Well, you should be spending your $1 on a Patreon subscription more than anything else. That's the most important thing. It's Patreon first, Mystical, and then the club second. Speaking of, you still have time to vote if you've not done so yet. So far, we've had one vote on my Patreon poll, I believe, for what you want me to watch at 11. And Eagle versus Chicken, the leadership mindset shift, has the one vote, so it is in the lead.
Vulnerable yet grounded. Kelly, you're going to have to get more specific. What kinds of topics might that encompass? Okay, now they're coming in real fast. Memoir, traveling, the journey of travel liberation from the voice of 50+ Gen X feminist woman.
So Lex, have you been on the stream before? Forgive me, I forget. If you have, I'm very sorry. I don't remember your name. So Medium is a online publication tool. The best way to think of it is like YouTube for writing. So anybody can write something and then publish it on YouTube. Write something and then publish it on Medium. So it's kind of an online writing community. And Medium Day 2025 is where through it's virtual. It's through Zoom. But they've basically got a whole bunch of virtual workshops and sessions on everything from how to write well in the first person to how to write so that your writing is found by the Google search engines to like a million other topics, all which is designed to both make your writing better, connect you with other writers, make your writing more easily discoverable. And so it's a full day of events. I think, I talk about Freemasonry on this stream. I think when it comes to Freemasonry, the most important thing is to communicate in various formats about it. I do these YouTube streams, and then I also produce content on Medium. So I'm spending the day learning how to make my content better. And as part of that, I figured I'd put my camera on and live stream myself. And if I find anything particularly interesting, share that with people. But I'd encourage everybody to check that out. Just go to Medium Day 2025. Well, Lex, thank you for being here. I hope you'll hit the like button. I hope you'll hit the subscribe button. What we do here is we talk about Freemasonry. So any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, please let me know. Positive, negative, or neutral, I'd love to hear it. I will be taking a couple of breaks during this stream because doing a stream for 12 hours straight without any breaks will be challenging. When I am taking a break, my co-host is going to take over. So you have to make sure you're listening to him. He's a tough cookie. But right now there's a presentation by Amy L. Bernstein on. She's talking about finding your voice when you're writing. And if you enjoy written work on Freemasonry, Lex, then you can check out my Medium page, my Medium channel, which is kind of what today is all about, anyways.
They love it so much they'll follow you anywhere. So you can think about how going narrow and deep can be a real friend for you. Whereas if you get too broad and too non-specific, people will have trouble sort of walking in. So you want to think about that a lot. Stories of seniors. Okay. Questions. What's coming up for you? What do you want to know? You can ask right now.
My thoughts on America's 250th anniversary next year. You guys don't look a day over 200 years old. Well, I don't drink, so neither. Plus, I'm Canadian. Though I'll still give a toast for you guys in, with a Coca-Cola. One of my favorite stories is somebody asked a Chinese historian what he thought of the American Revolution, and his answer was too soon to tell. 250 years old. Well, that's not the case at all, but I do love America, but we're very different countries. 250 seems like a long time, but it's not. 250 years old is very young for a country. It seems to me that America is going through some challenges at the moment. However, I also have faith that America will do well overall and will find its way back from what I consider to be kind of a darker period in its history at the moment. I think the American people are an incredible people. I think America has done a ton of good for the world. And yeah, I've said it a million times. I think Canada is the greatest country in the world, in part because we have the greatest neighbors in the world. And I still believe that to be the case. And of course, we can't forget about how much, all of the Masonic influences in American history, including its founding 250 years ago. George Washington was famously a Freemason, right? And so, yeah. It did. I mean, I think obviously we need to also give a lot of credit to Great Britain for being able to, basically keep Germany at bay for so many years. I mean, America helped with the Land Lease program, or Land Lease program. But obviously, there were a lot of countries made a lot of sacrifices, but America was one of them. And if America had not entered into the war, then certainly we might be living in a very different world in 2025 than we are. A much darker world. So, credit to America, credit also to Canada, right? Our contributions were pretty great in World War II as well. So, we do. We have at least that, to our credit. We have the best hockey players. It's funny, I'm a bad Canadian because I don't even like hockey that much. I know they're gonna take away my Canada card, but that's okay. I still love my country. I love the CFL. I used to watch it all the time. I love Bret Hart. Those should count. Those should make me more Canadian, That should count for something, is what I'm saying. Maybe it's because it's always so cold up here. I mean, and you're in you know, in the States, basically half of your country gets ice and snow, and half of it is always warm. In Canada, all of us get ice and snow, and so maybe we're just naturally more, you know, we adapt to the cold better and cold weather sports better. Who knows? I'm getting hungry. I'm gonna need my lunch soon if I don't. But I don't want to eat it too soon. Well, absolutely not to that. I mean, I love America, like I said, but I love Canada. I love Canada being independent. If you guys want to join us and be the 11th province, I can't think of a lot of pros to it, Mystical. I can't think of a lot of pros to it, at least from the Canadian perspective. I don't want to be paying for my health care, especially as someone who needs a fair bit of health care. You know, I think as a general rule, Canadians. Let me see what the life expectancy is right now. I'm curious now. Yeah, Canadian life expectancy is 81 to 83 years, while US is closer to 76 to 79 years. So our life expectancy is higher. My healthcare costs are much lower. I just don't see a lot of benefits to it. The only benefit from the American side of it would be you have more access to natural resources in Canada, oil, whatever it might be. You don't have to worry about, you know, trade or tariffs or things like that, which I think is where a lot of the tariff ideas are coming from. I think a lot of it is designed to encourage Canada to want to become a 51st state, but I don't think it's ever going to happen. At least I certainly hope it's not ever going to happen. Okay, based on the votes from Patreon, looks like we're going to be watching Eagles versus Chickens leadership. Or what it means to be an eagle versus what it means to be a chicken, I guess. Let's give it 1 second, see if we can find it. Well, that's true, but I mean, by that same token, why doesn't, you know, France and Spain, or France and Portugal, or Spain and Portugal become one country, right? Just because you're part of the same landmass, or you look at South America, right? You would never say Rio should, or Brazil should, you know, become part of Ecuador or something like that. Or I can't think of the way the countries all map out in South America. Let's see if I can find this session about eagles. Let's see. Here it is. Carlos Wallace. Eagle versus chickens. Let's see what he has to say.
Brilliant writer. Technology.
Welcome. If you're just joining us, we're hanging out, we're chatting. We are taking part in Medium Day 2025. Learning ways I can be a better medium writer. And then I can use those skills to be a better Freemason, or better communicate through Freemasonry, or better communicate about Freemasonry through the written content.
So a little bit about me. In my previous phase of my life, I was a railroad engineer before I became a full-time writer. And
oh, this guy says he's a railroad engineer. My pops was a railroad engineer. That's cool.
In 2006. So Union Pacific engineer, six-figure wage earner, had a home in one of the nicest suburbs of Houston. And an unfortunate incident at work between myself and a superior. My engineer license were revoked, and so here I was. I had no idea what I was going to do next. Had a family to support, and I mentioned nice home, and of course my lifestyle, and just had no idea.
I mean, that does it. I mean,
of course I was afraid.
There's.
I had to start considering like
I mean, I'm not quite sure. Well, many countries are federalist in that they have states and they have unique states within the country. But under that theory, why not just create one world government and then every current country becomes a state, right? Like you can expand it out or not. I think at a certain point you kind of just have to accept the map as is and countries as they are. Otherwise, you will never stop either breaking up into smaller and smaller divisions, which is a pain in the butt, or increasing until you're just a single government, global entity. I think it becomes a situation of you kind of have to be practical about it to a certain extent, and recognize that you probably, if you start either dividing things up more and more or joining things together more and more, it just complicates things for really no reason. Things seem to be going pretty well right now between Canada and the U.S. I'm not sure why it needs to change, or why we would want it to. But they're different, right? They're different languages. There's different cultures. There's different histories. I'm not sure what the benefit of it would be to have a single South American country with different states. And then why not a hemisphere? Why not say South and North America become a single country with different states? And then what do you do about the states within those states? So is Wisconsin a state within the state of America, within the state of the Western Hemisphere country? It seems to me that that simply creates more of a complication that is necessary. Well, I'm not saying the argument was incorrect, by the way. My point is, though, once the situation is set, then continually either growing or dividing things up, to me, it just complicates the matter. Right? We have established countries, established for hundreds of years at this point, in one case 250 years. The idea of going back and now renegotiating borders, removing borders, does not seem like a healthy approach to take. Carlos Wallace is talking about his work with his wife. It's a team effort, he says, being a leader, which it is. Being a leader is a team effort. In his case, he's talking about being a leader with his family and relying on his wife as well. Welcome. If you're just joining us, I'm just hanging out, checking out Medium Day 2025. I hope everybody's doing well. please take a moment, hit the like and subscribe button if you're new to the stream. And let me know if there's anything you guys want to talk about. I mean, I will go with one of those three things, Mystical. One of those three things I can agree with you. I would say Supreme Being instead of God. So maybe 1.5 out of 3. I'll give you 1.5 out of 3. The first one I can't go with. The second one, if you replace God with Supreme Being, I can get behind that. And the third one, I'm 100% on board with. So if that makes you feel better, you got me halfway. You got me 50% of the way there. I'm enjoying checking out the stuff about Carlos Wallace. He's talking right now. Oh, he did tours with notable comics. That's really cool. I'm trying to do this for a living, so Mystical, help me out by going to Patreon and supporting me there. And sharing the stream and supporting me on Medium and all that good jazz, all that stuff that makes it possible for me to do this. The Carlos is talking about, he said, man of faith is my, God is my leader. I would say, in Masonic terms, we would say, I would say Supreme Being is the leader. So, I mean, professional wrestling, I guess, would be my main sport. And then I also do enjoy football. I enjoy CFL quite a bit. 3 downs is better than 4 downs. That's another thing. If we became one country, would we all have to play 4-down football, which is baloney? 3-down football is where it's at, for the record. Not 4 downs. 4 downs is silly. He's talking about connecting with people. Talking about the importance of trying to work with people and understand their positions. that 3 downs is better than 4 downs. 3 downs is better than 4 downs, and it forces more passing. It forces a quicker game, as does the bigger field. Um, well, so in terms of just the 3 downs, better than 4 downs. 3 downs is better than 4 downs because it forces a more offensive, reliant game. It forces more movement, more passing, less ground and pound. It favors offensive, fast moving games, as does the bigger field. Um, a few other rules here and there, right? As does the single point, the rouge, if you will. Right? All that stuff, it forces more movement, it forces a faster pace, which I think we need to, I think it makes the CFL game way more fun and way more enjoyable. Carlos Wallace has a great blog, it looks like. Well, I think when it comes to what do you enjoy, that's one of those questions that, when it comes to what do you enjoy, I'm comfortable saying that that's a matter of personal taste, which I'm fine with. So, not everybody enjoys 4 downs, not everybody enjoys 3 downs. It's also how you grew up, right? I grew up with CFL football, and so to me, 3 downs always made way more sense than 4 downs. Oh, yeah, I'd agree. That's a big part of it. I know NFL is super popular in the States, but for me, it's all about Canada. And it's all about the CFL. So, what I grew up with. So, I never understood 4 downs. You see even some of the other rules, like no movement behind the line, which I find weird. The fair catch, I find weird. Well, it limits. I mean, it forces the again. It gives the offense less opportunities to run the ball. So it limits some aspects of the offense and encourages other aspects of the offense, right? It limits potentially the ability to run the ball or desire to run the ball, but it encourages more passing. And it does mean when you have a high scoring or high performing running back in the CFL, it means a lot more than in the NFL because the running back has a lot less opportunities to get the ball as a general rule in the CFL, right? I remember a few years ago, probably in the 90s, there was this one running back, I can't think of his name, who was like a league MVP. He got a crazy number of yards just because, it was so strange to see a running back be that prominent because CFL is more of a passing game than a running game. Yeah, I mean, I have no research to back it up. I just can tell you what I observe as a fan and as somebody who watches it. It'd be interesting to see if you took 20 NFL fans and 20 CFL fans and had each of them watch the other game, what would they prefer? But in the case of Canadian football fans, we're more likely to also watch NFL. A lot of times the border between Canada and the US is kind of a one-way mirror where we see everything happens in the States, but you guys don't see as much that happens on our side. So a lot of CFL fans are also NFL fans. That's a very common thing that you see. Whereas I don't know if it's the same the other way around. I don't know if a lot of NFL fans are necessarily watching the CFL. But the statistics would be really interesting. And I think that the statistical kind of, it'd be interesting. Some of those statistics would be interesting to check out. I did see The Long Walk. I liked it a lot. I think the novel was a lot better, but that's a pretty high bar to set because the novel was so good. And the novel was working with less limitations than the movie, right? Like in the novel, you can write down, you can make the long walk be 100 walkers, and it doesn't cost you any more money. It doesn't cost you anything more in extras or whatever it is. But in a movie, if you make it 100 walkers, it's going to cost you. You have to pay at least 50 more extras to be part of it, right? And same thing with the crowds. You know, in the book, they can talk about having these massive crowds of tens of thousands of people, and you just it doesn't cost you anything to write it. But if you have to shoot that, you need to get tens of thousands of extras and the shooting and everything that comes with it. So the book was working with less limitations than the movie. Having said all of that, I loved the movie very much. I actually did a out of theater reaction to it on this channel and why I thought it was a Masonically relevant movie, or the lessons that I thought that Freemasons could take from that movie when considering their Masonic obligations in society and everything else that comes with it. Um, so yeah, I enjoyed it quite a bit. You should be able to find, if you type in like Square and Compass Long Walk, some of my thoughts on it on YouTube. No, that part didn't make it in. There was one girl who had like a poster saying, you know, "Go Garrity," but that was all of that was a very brief scene. A lot, pretty much all the spectator stuff was taken out of the was taken out of the movie. They didn't actually really have any crowds at all until maybe the last shot, and even then you didn't really see them at all. I think the biggest change, what almost everybody has said, is they changed it from 4 miles an hour to 3 miles an hour, which makes a lot of sense because 4 miles is crazy. By the way, still taking part in Medium Day 2025. It's going great. I'm watching a session right now on leadership and the eagle mindset versus the chicken mindset by Carlos Wallace. It's really good. I'm enjoying what he's saying. A lot of this stuff is being recorded, and then I'm going to watch it later and write down some of my thoughts on Medium, obviously, write down some of my thoughts as to how I think this day could help and apply for Freemasonry. No, I mean, I'm going to mention spoiler alerts at this point in case anyone hasn't seen it yet. Spoiler alert. But no, it was the Stebbins character that the Major was his father. Garrity's father was anti-long walk. In the spoiler alert, in the book, Garrity's father is just taken away by kind of the state police force called the Squads, because this takes place in like a dystopian alternative reality, basically. Takes place, you know, you have these squads who basically are kind of this goon squad that acts outside of government control. They picked up Garrity's father for talking ill of the long walk and just never returned with him. And then in the movie, Garrity's father is actually killed by the Squads or killed by the Major. So I do disagree, but that's fine. If we all agreed, it'd be a boring world, right? So Running Man's a good book. Don't get me wrong. Running Man is a good book. I enjoyed it. Or a good. It's really not even a book. It's really a short story, right? I would say The Long Walk is long enough to be considered a novel. The Running Man is a novella or a short story at the very least. But it's a good one. When you're afraid, sometimes the supreme being will push you out of the boat and you'll learn how to swim. It's very good advice. It's true. When's it coming out? Do you know, Mystical? When it's coming out? I wouldn't mind seeing it. The movie I want to see the most right now is Him, Him. It's funny because it's not doing well in terms of the. It's not doing well in terms of the reviews, but I'm choosing to believe it'll still be good. So it's been a good year for scary movies. I mean, Weapons. I know we did last summer. Until Dawn, Final Destination's Bloodline, The Long Walk, Him, The Running Man. I guess The Running Man looks like more action than horror. Or action comedy almost. Although obviously it's a pretty horrific premise. I like Weapons a lot. I enjoyed it quite a bit. Yeah, who was the filmmaker again who did it? But I enjoyed Weapons quite a bit. Although part of me wishes that they never had changed, they never actually explained the ending. I tend to prefer movies where the mystery is left unsolved, as opposed to having a solution. I think if the last 10 minutes, um, even if, or even resolved more, like if they cut it like 10 minutes earlier, so you learn the kids kind of all ran to that spoiler alert to the I guess the witch's house, but you never actually see if they got out or what happened to them. You never actually know what she was doing. I sometimes prefer the mystery to remain unsolved, kind of like a David Lynch movie. Really, I mean that makes sense. Who was the filmmaker again? Though I can't think of his name, but I think I remember hearing that was the case. Who was the okay? So, um, oh my gosh. So I'm guessing that Denial was the Josh Brolin character. Acceptance was maybe the principal character. I'm trying to think what each character would be in terms of their like denial or their whatever you might call it, right? Their so teacher was denial. So I guess the dad would be anger then. Josh Brolin would be anger. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Um, who was bargaining? I'm trying to remember what the five stages of grief were. Um, was the principal bargaining? I guess he because the principal had to bargain with a lot of different people. In fairness, he was constantly trying to negotiate with the parents as well as the teacher. I assume the last one then the kid was acceptance. That makes sense. The homeless guy was bargaining a lot too. That was his big thing, right? He was constantly kind of negotiating. Um, I think the cop would have been sadness or grief. I gotta remember what the 5 stages were, to be honest. But I did enjoy the movie quite a bit. I thought it was really great. Oh, the name of the production company is Soul Caritas. I'm gonna look that up quickly. So is The Running Man the movie you're most looking forward to, or is there another movie you're most looking forward to watching? Soul Caritas LLC is a Houston-based entertainment promotions company founded by President and CEO Carlos Wallace since its inception in 2007. That's really cool. We are so high. I like that. I hope everybody is doing well. Thank you for joining. I mean, for me, honestly, my top movie was The Long Walk. So I loved the fact I got to watch it. I watched it twice. It was really, really great. So, and I think it reminded me, amongst other things, that we're all in this together, you know? The counterintuitive nature of friendship. You would think to yourself that since we're all going to die, spoiler alert, we're all going to die, we're all going to go through hardships. You would think the natural approach would be to try to go through life alone so you don't ever have to worry about losing anybody, or you don't ever have to worry about seeing somebody trip and fall, metaphorically, right? But the counterintuitive nature of the world is, in fact, if you know, it's our friendships and our bonds and our brotherhood that actually pushes us to go further and to go farther, right? If you consider the long walk as a metaphor for life, it's the people who make friends along the long walk that actually are able to walk the longest, and are actually able to make it furthest down the road. If you want to consider life expectancy to be a metaphor for how far you walk on the long walk, which I do. And so I think the long walk tackles this idea of the counterintuitive nature of the fact that humans are social creatures and we actually are more successful, live better lives, live more meaningful lives when we choose to make friends and choose to be there for people and choose to even fall in love with people, whether it be friends, brothers, family, whatever it is. It's our relationships and our caring for one another and brotherhood that pushes us to go further down the road. So I really enjoyed The Long Walk. I thought, like I said, it wasn't as good as the book, but the book was incredible. And also, it's hard to blame the movie for it because, again, the book dealt with just less budgetary limitations, right? Well, you can write anything on the page; it doesn't cost you anything, but when you actually have to shoot it, and now you have to shoot 100 walkers versus 50, you have to shoot massive crowds versus, you know, even the special effects in the book, you can really describe in a lot of detail, kind of the physical toll of the long walk on people, how they get super skinny, how they, you know, all the medical issues they have. It's harder to show that visually sometimes. Like, I did think the two characters at the end, spoiler alert, Garrity and McBride's, looked way too fresh. A lot fresher than they would have otherwise looked. Let's give it a bit more time. I'm just here hanging out, watching Medium Day 2025. Great episode by Carlos Wallace on the leadership mindset. He is with Soul Caritas LLC. It's a great presentation. I'm enjoying Medium Day quite a bit, actually. I haven't, but I'll have to check it out. Who wrote it? Was it Stephen King who wrote it, or was it a Stephen King? Was it Stephen King who wrote it, or somebody else? Um, I mean, what are you talking about the lottery by any chance? Because that is kind of in some ways a spiritual successor to the Long Walk as well, even though it was, I think, published before the Long Walk. Um, See, I'm thinking the lottery. Let me see. The Tunnel Dystopian. The tunnel. There's a dystopian short story involving a tunnel that kills people. The story takes place in a utopian city, where there's only one tunnel in and out. There's always an incredibly long line of traffic going in and out. The catch is the tunnel only has a single lane pass, so it rotates between letting people drive in and out. People are trying to find the author in Reddit. The Tunnel Ahead by Alice Glaser. It's actually online. You can find it. It's about 8 pages, about double columns, so maybe 12 pages, 13 pages. Go back to the booth for just 1 second. I think I will be taking my first break shortly. Let me see if I can find. Okay, I mean, it better be a very good, vacation in that case, right? If you're going to be potentially exterminated, then you'd better enjoy it. You better enjoy that vacation. It reminds me of this other, that's all right. Honestly, I'm one of the people who I don't mind, I've never minded spoilers. I can watch a movie that I know the ending to, and like not, it doesn't ruin it for me. I've never been one of those people who feels the need to, I have to know exactly what's happening in the movie. Or sorry, I don't need to know what's happening. I need to go in not knowing. Whether it's movies, books, I'm not one of those people who gets annoyed by spoilers. I don't know what it is about me, but I I don't mind seeing a movie, reading a book to which I've already know the end. Maybe I'm crazy. Who knows? What I am, though, is going to take a little bit of a break. I'm going to leave you in the care of my co-host in 1 second. I don't know if you want to be a actually, Mystical, I can make you for a couple minutes if you get this thing here. Make you a moderator. I'm surprisingly hungry too at the moment. Let me know how you guys are doing. If anybody else is joining right now, it's just me and Mystical, which is fun. We're debating right now what's better, CFL football or NFL football. We were debating it. I say 3 downs is better than 4 downs. CFL has other benefits as well. Like I like the rouge. I think it forces movement. It forces them trying to get the ball out of the end zone. And I'm also watching Medium Day 2025. We're taking part in it. So writing is for everyone. Well, you're wrong about that, Mystical. You are wrong about that. Okay. Okay, people, be nice to my co-host. I'll be back in 15 minutes. Don't cause trouble. All right, people, I made it back. I hope that you guys were nice to my co-host. If there's any mean comments about my co-host, I will be very sad. Because the dog doesn't deserve that. But welcome back. I hope everybody is doing well. We're here doing Medium Day 2025, which is learning about how I can best engage through written content. Finding followers for my written content. I hope everybody watching this will follow me on Medium as well. I left the link in the chat before. And yeah, so thank you all so much for being here. Let's just hang out and see who joins. As always, if in the meantime you guys do have any questions or comments on Freemasonry, please let me know. I'll do my best to answer them. I don't know everything about Freemasonry, but I've been a Freemason since 2007. I like to think I know at least a little bit. And let's see, right now, okay, I hope your chores went well. I did my chores a little while ago, and they went, the last couple of days I've done my chores because I got a very busy weekend. So a big part of that busy weekend is making sure I get all of my chores done early so I can focus on the weekend ahead. Today, tomorrow's Instagram stream, everything else I got going on. Oops, spilled coffee on myself. Got a hole in my chin. I just discovered this story thanks to one of my Honest members called The Tunnel, which I'm going to check out for sure. But Dad, do you have any plans for this weekend? Anything exciting going on outside of getting ready for your maybe degree next week on the 23rd? Shoot, I want to check that one out. The Perils of Passive Sitting. But I did not get the chance to. Although that'd probably be good for Masonic lessons. We spend a lot of time sitting. Well, that's good of you, right? That's good of you to help out the your fellow your cleaning lady. And welcome, you're just joining us. Please take a moment, hit that like and subscribe button. We're here doing Medium Day 2025. Which is an online conference through Zoom. It's going great. I've learned a bunch of new stuff that I think will help me in terms of both brand promotion and promotion of Freemasonry, as well as brand promotion and promotion of Square and Compass promotions, both of which are very important to me. Those ladies would scare me. I'm not going to lie to you. I would not. They're playing rugby. I would find that terrifying. Because rugby players are tough sons of a gun. How is it going? Everybody in the chat, let me know. Right now, there's kind of a break in the sessions on Medium. So what I'm doing is I'm actually looking at submitting some of my written work to Medium publications. Such as digital global traveler. I've said a million times, to be a Freemason is to be a traveler. Well, she doesn't have to watch me. This isn't going to be that exciting. She's going to get bored quickly. Unless she's interested in Freemasonry or interested in writing, in which case she will probably enjoy this stream very much. Maybe what I'll do is I'll read the tunnel ahead on my 24-hour live stream. That should be fun. But to everybody watching this, I hope you're having a great day. I hope you're going to have a great weekend. Let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry or really just anything else you want to talk about. Like I said, for me right now, this is just hanging out, taking part in this virtual conference. And since I'm going to be stuck on my computer, I shouldn't say stuck, since I'm going to be on my computer all day, I figured why not take advantage of it and live stream it and maybe share every now and then some of my ideas. We're just going to wait to see who joins and what you guys want to talk about as I'm taking part in Medium Day 2025. While we teach, we learn. That's a pretty good quote. I'd even say, you could say, while we build, we learn. Or as we master, we learn. If you want to make it into a Masonic idea. I'm going to share that on X. That's from one of the Medium publications that I'm checking out right now. I'm going to wait for that, actually. But I hope everybody is doing well, and thank you all for being here so far. We're just waiting to see who jumps in the chat. Really, I have no particular topics other than anything I see interesting in Medium Day I'm going to share, such as one of the first sessions I took today was about branding, how we can grow through branding. I think there's a lot of interesting ideas for Freemasonry as it relates to how we brand ourselves, particularly what is it that sets Freemasonry apart from other organizations, and how can we successfully brand within that, right? Because if we are trying to brand ourselves, but we make it sound as though we are the same as every organization, or we don't properly and adequately express what makes Freemasonry different from other organizations, the branding is not going to be successful. And they gave this example of a coffee house that was able to brand itself as an experience. It wasn't just about the coffee. They branded themselves as like a little treat that you took during the day, something to treat yourself with. 5 minute kind of vacation of drinking a coffee and just relaxing. And they found that branding was so successful, they were able to both raise their prices and increase their membership numbers, or increase their customer base, I guess is what you would say. I hope everybody's doing well. And again, thank you so much, everybody who has joined us so far. I'm gonna be getting my lunch pretty soon, but I've got it in my fridge, so we should be okay. Should just be take me a second to get it. My birthday is the same day as Rosh Hashanah. That's really cool. I did not know that. That's a Jewish holiday, right? If I recall correctly. Let's see what booths we got open right now. Two people in the booth at the moment. It was because of the, apparently I can't drink, I have a hole in my chin. It was because of the branding session. I asked the poll question, what differentiates Freemasonry from everything else? Interesting enough, ritual and history each got, ritual got 3 votes, history got 3 votes, other got 3 votes. So that was very interesting as well. It's funny, I really want to see the word. I really want to see the movie Him, and unfortunately, it seems like the reviews are not that great. But it looked like a really good movie, so I think I'm still going to see it personally. And then maybe I'll give my own review on my other channel, my personal YouTube channel, just let people know what I thought of it. We've had 71 people join so far, so I appreciate that very much. Like I said, let's just give it a bit of time and let's see who joins and who says hello. Just gonna wait here to see who else joins. I wonder how Rosh Hashanah is celebrated. I used to know, but now I forget. I think they put like a special empty space out to honor loved ones. I should look that up, especially since it's my same day as my birthday and my 24-hour live stream. Keep that in mind. Which starts on September 21st at 2 p.m. and goes till September 22nd at 2 p.m. So part of that, I'll be giving away a free tier 1 memberships for my Patreon. I used to love Mr. Bean. One thing I learned is that Mr. Bean is like super tall, which I thought was crazy. I'm just chatting with somebody right now in the chill and chat section of the media of the conference. It's kind of a fun way to meet people virtually. You can probably kind of hear the background music a little bit. All right. Narrative Arc booth is now open. Let's give this 1 second. All right. Ooh, I don't know if you guys can hear that. My stomach is grumbling. I'm definitely gonna need to get my lunch pretty soon. I'm just hanging out. Medium Day 2025. I'm currently in the workspace for actually. I wonder if I can do something. It's funny how sometimes you get a good idea after the fact. Maybe I'll try it for next time. Or maybe I will try to set this up. Who knows? I'll give it a couple of seconds. But right now, I'll be back in a moment. I'm going to get myself some lunch. Luckily, you guys can't smell anything because I'm going to be having some tuna fish sandwiches. But at least you guys can't smell it, so it'll be okay. Scoot. And I had to feed my cat, or give my cat some water as well. My cat's fancy, so she gets the fancy water. Yo, what's happening, Underground Thomas? Welcome back. Thank you for being here. I hope everything's going well. Hope you hit the like button if you're not done so yet. I am watching Medium Day 2025, which is helping me learn how to be a better, more effective writer on Medium, as well just in private correspondence, such as Masonic correspondence. I'm currently in the publication, or the booth for narrative arc, which is talking about how to write effective narratives. And I'm having a tuna fish sandwich. So Medium is a online publication tool. The way to think about it is like YouTube for writers. And I publish a lot of work on Freemasonry there. And so, yeah, I'm learning how to be better at writing. Kind of like if YouTube did a day on how to create better video content. This is about how to create better written content. There we go. But Underground Thomas, let me know. Cool. I hope you follow me on no solder in my tuna. Never that. right now they're talking about different types of writers. There's one gentleman on here who's talking about, he was a secondary school teacher. Now he works in long term, he works in death care, basically palliative care, funeral services, things of that nature. Telling about his experiences with that. We all get older, we all pass away sooner or later, and his experiences working in that field. End of life issues, basically. I've known a few Masons who had to struggle with that over the years. I'm sure I'll know a few more. End of life issues is a very kind of, unfortunately, it's part of life, but because Freemasonry tends to skew older, it comes up a lot in Masonic content. Or in our Masonic lives, it comes up a lot. I do have pickles though, but not in my tuna. Pickles are separate, and my pickles here. How many people are in this room with me right now? 6. It's a pretty decent number. I think I need to clearly toast my bread when I'm eating it because the bread got soggy with this tuna. Tech journalism with deep tech writing. That's 12:30. There's a break right now from 1 to 2. From 12:30 to 1, where they're not going to be having any new sessions, but they do have more booths happening. Awesome. No, get back to work. That's the most important thing. But I do appreciate being here very much. I hope you're doing well. And thank you, as always, for joining. As I'm sitting here just chowing down on my tuna sandwich. It's very good tuna, by the way. Thank you, Mr. Keeps. Your tuna salad is wonderful. Welcome to joining us. I'm just taking part in Medium Day 2025. It's a blast. They're on a bit of a break right now, but they do have some booths open. But mostly I'm hanging out, learning how I can be better, effective, or more effective at writing within Freemasonry, or writing about Freemasonry within Medium, to make sure my views on Freemasonry get out to the world, my positive views on Freemasonry. That was my wheelchair, just for the record. I have an idea. I'm going to try something in just one sec. But first I'm going to finish my lunch, and then run to the washroom, and then try something. welcome. Hope you'll jump in the chat, say hello. I'm taking part in Medium Day 2025. And while I'm doing that, just hanging out, seeing who wants to join and what you guys want to chat about. The Medium keynote is taking place at 1 p.m. I definitely want to kind of stick around for that and see what they're saying. Everyday prompts for better creative practice. I want to see that as well, because because I think that we can use those same prompts to be more creative as prompts to create a more creative Masonic experience. Excuse me, or bring different things into the craft that maybe we weren't thinking about or maybe we weren't considering beforehand. Things that could be of value to Freemasonry, right? Being creative in how we run our Masonic meetings, I think, is a very good skill. Writing is for everyone. That's the kind of the lesson of today's Medium Day. Writing is for everyone. We're sharing the different booths that are currently available. The really fun thing about this, you can go to different booths and meet different writers and kind of talk about what they are talking about, what they write about, share your work. A lot of these are applicable to Freemasonry, like the booth on traveler writing. Obviously, being a Freemason, I am a traveler. You can see my tattoo there. That word there says traveler. But what does travel mean from a Masonic perspective? Why is travel important from a Masonic perspective? All that stuff I think is very valuable and could be of great benefit in a publication. Oops. Science Spectrum booth is now live. I may go to that one as well. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna leave you guys with my co-host once more because I have to run to the washroom. And then when I come back, I'm gonna try something. I have an idea, but first I gotta leave you guys with my co-host one more time. Be nice to him while I run to the washroom. Okay, washroom done. I hope you guys were nice to my co-host. His feelings get hurt easily. He's just a puppy after all. But I hope you guys agree with the idea of Medium Day, that writing is for everyone, including writing about Freemasonry, writing about, oops. So let me just get this better centered once again. I'm still trying to figure out how this new stand is going to work best. So it can be, like everything else, when you're trying to get a new stand, things break, you got to get things fixed. At least it's, there we go. Knowing my luck, the thing will fall apart again in a second, but at least I think I got it set pretty decent. Jump in the chat, say hello. I'm going to be, right now they're just doing a break in Medium, but then around 1 o'clock, they're going to be back with the keynote address, talking about things that are happening with Medium. I encourage anybody who is a writer, whether it's about Freemasonry or otherwise, to check out Medium. But certainly if you are a Freemason and you want to write about Freemasonry, a great place to go would-be medium to publish your work. Obviously, it's a public forum, so no sharing secrets, anything like that, no sharing modes of recognition. However, it can still be a really valuable tool to share Masonic insights. And I've really enjoyed it. You know, I love sharing my insights and my interviews and, you know, everything through live streams. That's something I really take a lot of pride in. However, I also love sharing my insights in written form. And the more I write on Medium, the better of a writer I become. The better of a writer I become, the better I'm able to communicate with my lodge in writing, whether it be as part of the summons, through a special email, through announcements. There's a lot of writing that takes place in Freemasonry through written content. And we need to kind of be aware of that as well. So that's a long way from me of saying writing is for everyone. Being a writer is an incredibly important part of the Masonic experience. Communication in writing is an incredibly important part of the Masonic experience. And we definitely need to think about that and consider that, especially if you're going to become a secretary. If you're going to be a secretary, if you're going to be a worshipful master, and you need to think about how you're going to communicate with your membership effectively. And some of the tricks and tips that I'm getting today, which I will share later on, is going to be incredibly helpful the next time I need to write, again, a message, a summons, an email, a notification, whatever it might be. All of that stuff is extremely important. So I do think writing is for everyone. I think writing is especially for Masons. In our workshop, I thought you were at a workshop for work. Is it something for... How did Mark Mason... come up in your work? Right, because the Order of Mark Master Masons, it's an independent order of Freemasonry. Doesn't exist in every jurisdiction, exists in some. There's a Mark Master Masons Hall in... where is it located again? I'm going to look this up. England. Yeah, Mark Master Masons Hall is located in England, the Grand Lodge of Mark Master Masons. It is York Rite side of things. According to this brief note I saw, it's 400 years old, the degree. But how did it come up in your workshop? I'd love to know. And thank you, by the way, so much for being here. I truly appreciate it. The main YouTube, but it doesn't exist everywhere, right? Hold on just one second. Let me get the York. It exists in Canada. It exists in the States. It's actually technically called the, I want to double check to make sure I was getting it right. Because again, I'm not an expert on York Rite. It's the Mark Master Mason degree, not the Mark Mason, although it's a small thing, right? But it's technically called the Mark Master Mason degree. I want to make sure I was getting that correct before I said something incorrect. But yeah, to my knowledge, it's in most jurisdictions. It's in England, it's in Ontario, it's in Canada, it's in the United States. I don't know if it exists in Southern American jurisdictions. I have to double check that. But yeah, I mean, the idea of taking ownership of one's work, that is true. But I want to make sure I get it correct. Because there's a similar degree in Scottish Rite, but it's called something slightly different. So I wanted to make sure I was getting it correct. But taking ownership of one's work is very important. One thing you do see though is sometimes in Scottish Rite and York Rite degrees, they sound very similar sometimes. So there's like the perfect master versus the excellent master versus the most excellent master. You have to be careful that you're getting the words correct. But I mean, taking ownership of one's work in general would be important in almost any field. It actually pops up in Scottish Rite in the oh my gosh, I can't think of the degree now. The 15th degree, if I recall correctly, is the degree in Scottish Rite where the idea of ownership of one's work comes out to be a very important kind of factor and element within it. But again, we'll get Igor back on here at some point. I think he wants to. And Igor, obviously, what was I saying? We'll get Igor on because he knows way more about York Rite than I do. Like I said, my knowledge is primarily the first 3 degrees and some Scottish Rite and some basic history of it. But Mr. Keeps, I hope you're having a good time. So is today the last day of your session of your work retreat, and then you're back to the real world, I guess. Usually when these retreats are finished, we get back to the real world. But interesting, the one hall I know, you mentioned Mark Mason's, the one hall I know of Mark Mason's is actually in England. I don't know if there's any in, there must be in Canada, to be honest, but I don't know of any. York Rite usually just meets in Masonic buildings, Masonic temples, to my knowledge. All right, I'm going to join this session. Currently starting soon. So I can go back here. It's interesting to see all the different people coming in from all the different spots, from Santa Cruz, Egypt, all kind of joining us on Medium Day. We're just going to wait to see who joins and what. Oh, I think they've started. As it's kind of going, I'll let you guys know. At least what I hear. Tony Stubbleline is the first speaker. Stubblebine, actually, I guess it would be. more than 160 speakers. Oops, I popped it out. We got Scott Lamb speaking right now. Just listening to medium, the medium keynote address right now. So interesting statistic: 80% of what gets published on Medium is not behind a paywall. Hello, Dream Seeker. How's it going? We're just hanging out on Medium Day. I'm listening to the Medium Day keynote address at the moment. I'm doing well. I'm not sure who's else here with us. I think Mr. Keeps might still be on. A few people are still floating around, so. According to the number, 5 billion people could be writing online. And 80% of Medium is not paywalled. And 1 billion people who published something in the past online, which is also really cool. Pope Leo, by the way, is trending on X. I'm still hoping we can get the Catholic Church to reconsider its views on Freemasonry. So far, no luck. I hope everything is going well. Welcome. We're just hanging out. Please jump in the chat. Let me know how you're doing. Welcome. I hope everybody's doing well. Please take a moment, hit the like and subscribe button. Let me know how it's going, if there's anything you guys want to talk about. Welcome. Please take a moment, hit that like and subscribe button. Let me know how it's going, if there's anything you guys want to talk about. Okay, well, I'm very sorry that you had that misconception. And I'm very sorry that your father was not a good dude. That sucks, or not a good man. That sucks. But I am glad that you've, had some new conceptions. The fact that your two best friends are Masons as well. I do agree. People just need to learn and speak to the source of it. That's absolutely the case. And that's why I'm so supportive of everything from that's why it's so important to do everything from talk about Freemasonry in written format, as well as video, as well as audio. You need all of the above, right, to be successful. We're talking about direct distribution at the moment. We're talking about the email notifications buttons, and the way that you can, with email notifications, you can turn them on or off. So if you do follow me on Medium, make sure that what you do is hit the email notifications, keep them turned on. That way, whenever I publish something new on Medium, you'll get it right away. TK, interesting. I'm gonna have to try that. This idea of the 2Com TK note, where if you put that in Medium, it'll remind you to go back and revisit your items, revisit your work once again. So what they're saying now is, if you follow me on Medium, make sure you get my Medium, sign up for Medium email. Welcome, Chris. I'm going to be on till 8 p.m. I'm doing my 24-hour live stream on the 21st of September, but I'm doing this stream till 8 because I'm doing Medium Day 2024. I'm watching what's new and exciting with Medium because I do a lot of my written work on Medium and publish a lot of Masonic content therein. You are a reflection of who you surround yourself with. That's absolutely correct. By the way, Chris, hope you hit the like button, subscribe button, and I hope you'll let me know what is going on. And welcome. If you're just joining us, hit that like and subscribe button if you're new and let me know how it's going. Let me know if you follow me on Medium. I suppose you make that my next poll question. Ooh, this is important. What they're talking about in 1 second. Fill out your bio, send emails, submit stories to publications. I'm working on that. And by the way, let me know what you guys think of this orientation. I prefer the vertical orientation. I know Mr. Keeps, you said you prefer the horizontal before, but let me know. And they mentioned here it's all about cultivating relationships, which is absolutely the case. Well, whoever said no, 2 votes who said no, that's 2 people who could be following me on Medium, so please consider doing so. I think I prefer vertical too. I find this one, first, not many people find it, and it just looks kind of weird. For my 24-hour live stream, I will be doing vertical, for sure. It's going well, Courtney. How's your day going? I hope you're doing well. Let me know what's new and exciting with you. I'm just hanging out for Medium Day, watching the different presentations about how I can make my writing better and how I can make my writing more effective and how I can make my writing grow to more readers when it comes to my Masonic writings. I'm glad your day is pleasant. Don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe button. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Just talking about the value of self-publication or of using publications. Holy cow, you're growing quick. 1,110, that's 200 in like one day. That's very impressive. Keep up the good work. Oh, still, that's still impressive. 20 is a great number. I do, to be honest. Since I've been writing on Medium, I find my writing has improved. I've always thought, and this is my personal opinion, I've always believed I'm a pretty decent writer, and I enjoy writing quite a bit. So I've always believed myself to be a pretty decent writer, but I think my writing has improved since I started writing on Medium. I've got more clarity with my writing. I'm able to get to the point quicker, and all that stuff matters, especially because as a Freemason, as a secretary, I need to be able to know how to write well also. You're still in the same lodge, right? Because I think before you mentioned, Courtney, that you might be moving, if I'm not mistaken. If you will be moving, I hope you will enjoy your new lodge. But if it's at the same place, that's awesome. I still want to try to visit you for your third degree. I can't make any promises, but it's my hope. It's my goal to check it out. So, but I wish you all the best. But yeah, my writing has improved. The one thing I'm still struggling with though is making sure other people can find my writing. When I give ideas for how Masonic lodges can grow within their, like for example, when I give a story about things Masonic lodges can do to make their writing more interesting, to make their lodge meetings more interesting, when I write a story about that, I want it to be found by Masonic lodges without me having to just email it to them, right? Or whatever it might be. So it's really my issue now is how do I get my stuff to be searchable and findable? That's kind of the key that I'm working on at the moment. Search engine optimization is called it. Even in this case, right, there's 3 votes, 3 people saying no, they don't follow me on Score Encompass Promotions. So I hope everybody will take a moment to copy and paste this that's in the chat, and then follow me. You just copy paste that or click link, whatever it is, and follow me on Medium. I would truly appreciate it. And thank you, Dream Seeker, for that. Being a Freemason, what that means, amongst other things, is you're going to spend a lot of time traveling, which makes it really enjoyable, right? That's the thing I love about Freemasonry the most, is all of the travel that you do. welcome. If you're just joining us, jump in the chat, say hello, let me know how it's going. Oh, writing on Medium. Interesting handbook. You are welcome, Courtney, and thank you for being here. I truly appreciate it, as always. I hope you're having a great day, and I'm looking forward to kind of seeing you continue along your Masonic journey. They're still in their keynote address right now. They're about 30 minutes in. They are currently talking about AI, so there you go. It's bound to come up sooner or later. Thank you. Yeah, I think this is a pretty nice shirt. Well, they're using the term AI slop in Medium Day right now to describe, yeah, like I said, AI produced content. They are apparently not a fan of it either. and the effect it has in the partner program at the moment. I'm sorry, I have not had the chance to yet, but it's on my list of things to do, I promise. So I really appreciate you sharing it with me. I mean, I'm one of those people, I've never really been that concerned with AI. I think AI is probably, honestly, going to be helpful. I tend to be more technology positive as opposed to technology positive as opposed to technology negative. But that's not to say there's not dangers that come with artificial intelligence, even in Freemasonry. But I've written a lot about that. You know, I've written interviews with artificial intelligence, um, um, ChatGPT and stuff, like large language models. So, 'cause I think there's a lot of value in considering those things. I think one of the biggest mistakes we can make is not considering or thinking about artificial intelligence and how it will affect Freemasonry, how it will affect knowledge about Freemasonry, right? All of that good jazz, how it will affect all of it. I think it's very relevant and we need to keep it in mind and we need to consider it. Everybody's doing well. I hope you jump in the chat to say hello. Don't forget, tomorrow I'm going to be at Instagram Live, and then on Sunday, starting at 2 p.m., it's going to be a 24-hour live stream. So that should be a lot of fun. Oh, that sounds good. See, I had tuna, in fairness. So great minds think alike because I had tuna. So it's clear that both you and I are thinking alike because we're both great minds, I think is clearly the case. But, you know, we know what we're doing. Really simple licensing. This is probably important in terms of the type of pictures you use, for example. AI search. Right, licensing is something to consider whenever you're using any. Yes, healthy choices is important. Whenever you're doing anything, especially like giving your summons, if you want to use somebody's picture of, like, let's say a Masonic event that's not yours, there might be licensing issues. Usually there won't be, but you never know. So it's worth exploring licensing questions, which is what they're currently exploring on this channel, on this chat. And welcome. If you're just joining us, please take a moment, hit that like button, and hit that subscribe button. And we're here chatting about Freemasonry. In particular, we're chatting about my work on Medium on Freemasonry. I'm taking part in Medium Day 2025. That's what I'm listening to here. Currently, the keynote address, where they're talking about written content on Medium, how Medium is helping writers reach more people. For me, as someone who writes about Freemasonry and wants to write well about Freemasonry, right, my thing is wanting to make sure that I am communicating effectively as much as possible on what Freemasonry is. And that means knowing how Medium works, how to write well on Medium, how to write well for search engine optimization. We've also had a great session on here about branding, why that's important. So it's been really good. Oh, and they're talking about the partner program at the moment. I am a Medium partner, although I don't really make any income on it. I still am a Medium partner, so keep that in mind. I'm talking about this journal traffic right now. Substance over attention. That's a really interesting idea. There's something Masonic in that. They just said that. They use that term, substance over attention. Oh, that's an awesome project. That's from the Texas Retirement Communities. Texas Masonic Retirement Community, TMRC. I'm a big fan of that program. I think it's one of the credits in all of Freemasonry. So that's awesome. Thank you for, I mean, if you could send that to me through email, it would be much appreciated. Definitely one of the things that I would say you can be most proud of in Freemasonry is Texas and the No Mason Left Behind program. This is such an awkward setup right now in Zoom, by the way. I don't know if anybody else uses Zoom, but the Zoom conference is not the easiest. It's not the most user-friendly system, I find sometimes. Gonna give it a bit of time, see who else joins us though. Not yet. I mean, the monetization I get right now comes through Medium. Sorry, no, it comes through Patreon. Although I'm getting close, you know, if I have more people sharing this and more people joining my Patreon and everything else, that will help. And more people following me on Medium as well, that would help out. You're talking about expanding the partner program at the moment, which I mean, I'm a medium partner, but I tend not to paywall my stuff, or I tend to use the friend links, which means even if you're not a member, you can still see it because I want people to read my stuff, right? That's the most important thing, is the ability to read my work. I think that's the critical thing. Nice. I love those time capsules. Those are awesome. Time capsules in Masonic buildings and lodges are like a really cool part of Freemasonry. We don't see it as much as we maybe used to. I don't know, but we do still see them a fair bit. So I think those things are awesome. I wish we saw more of it. And exciting news, Elm Street is trending. If you know me, you know I love Elm Street movies, so that's exciting. I agree. Oh, there's a Medium merch store. I did not know that. You're going to support Medium? Go buy some Medium merch. In between drafts. Sometimes the hardest part of writing is starting, but sometimes it's even harder to keep going. What if your writing app maintained your momentum when you run into barriers, when you run into blocks, when you run into blah, TK replace word, don't stop. Writing, just type TK and keep the ideas flowing. That's really cool. TK put one of my photos. Okay, this is interesting. I'm gonna have to try this out, maybe do a live screen share of it, of me trying the TK app. Let me just see if I can get a screenshot of this. Oh, we lost him. There, he's back. Yes, you told me Anna yesterday. Which do you prefer, Anna or Jeepers Creepers 2? I actually didn't mind Jeepers Creepers 2 as a movie. I thought it was pretty decent. In terms of all the franchises, I'm not a big fan of Jeepers Creepers like as a film franchise of all the horror franchises, but I don't mind it. It's okay. It's pretty decent. I hope everybody's doing well. We're still hanging out here. There's still a full day of full like 7 hours left. Medium day goes from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. I want to appreciate everybody who's joined so far. I'm learning a lot. It's been really fun. I'm really enjoying learning everything and learning the new things. I want to try the new TK app on Medium for sure, just to see how it works. But that's awesome. And I hope that maybe some of this stuff has helped people, really reminded people to check me out on Medium. I've got a lot of great stuff there. And I think with Freemasonry, it's valuable to discuss it both in video, written, audio, everything. Pictures, social media, Instagram. Oh, and they're all finished. All right, I'm going to go, and you're going to see me kind of talking online a little bit. I'm going to go and join some rooms and see who's chatting and kind of go from there. I like Jeepers. Like I said, I enjoy Jeepers Creepers too. Jeepers Creepers, in terms of, is not my favorite. Is not my favorite franchise, but I did like Jeepers Creepers too. Jeepers Creepers 1, it was just too, I don't know what the word is. It was just too for Jeepers Creepers, they just made too many dumb mistakes, right? It was very hard to, I don't know. I mean, the character to me made a lot of silly decisions I couldn't really get behind. That didn't make a lot of sense to me. Makes sense till the chat room would be inactive at the moment. Trying to figure out if any of these booths are actually active at the moment. I'm guessing not. So I've got a few minutes before it, gets busy again. Jump back in the chat. Let me know how it's going. If there's anything you want to talk about when it comes to Freemasonry, any thoughts you have, positive, negative, or neutral, I'd love to hear them. Yeah, I think everybody's kind of inactive at the moment. Probably be starting up again around 1 p.m. Mine too. Yeah, like I said, the other ones, they just made too many kind of foolish decisions that I could not accept that they would make that many foolish decisions. So even though I suppose in fairness, if you were in a scary movie, you'd probably make the same decisions. For now, though, we're just going to wait. They're taking kind of a break in this session, so it's kind of a chance for us to chat and hang out. Mr. Keats was talking. He said that, he kind of felt like a Mark Mason based on his training, and there are a lot of Masonic values and ideas that exist outside of Freemasonry, right? Kind of, if you want to argue Freemasonry as Enlightenment era or moral ideals, then yeah, Freemasonry exists in many different. Freemasonry exists throughout many different facets of one's life, and you certainly don't need to be a Freemason to practice Masonic ideals or have Masonic philosophies. In the same way, you don't need to be a football player to practice football philosophies like teamwork. However, it wouldn't make you an official football player, is the way I would describe that. Right, and that's an important thing to keep in mind. Still waiting to see who was in the booths. Fireside chat. And please don't forget, if you're just joining us, take a moment to hit the like and subscribe button. I hope everybody is having a great day hanging out with me. It's been fun. That is a good question. Thought Thinkers Booth. The answer is so the short answer is yes. That has happened in the past. Usually the misconceptions is around kind of how much work is involved. It's usually not when they're going through the degrees. It's usually when they start to become potentially officers and suddenly they're expected to be there regularly. In theory, they don't have to be. That's when the misconceptions start. So it's not that the misconceptions come, I'm trying to think how to describe it. It's not that the misconceptions come when they are getting up in the degrees. It's more the misconceptions come when they start to become officers and have to have officer positions. They have to be like a junior warden, and they have to deal with everybody's different kind of dietary needs and restrictions and all that stuff, which can be a major pain. I'll be back in just one moment. I gotta grab some pop because I'm still thirsty after my lunch. All these chips. So that, to come back, that tends to be the much more consistent kind of misconceptions that exist, more so than when they were getting their degrees. But that is a very good question. Good. I'm glad it's been a great journey for you. I hope that the journey keeps on being great for you. And I'm happy I got to be a very small part of it. People get nervous, right? People do get nervous. I agree. It is wonderful, Dream Seeker. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, well, I mean, I kind of missed a lot of the conversation at the start, but from what I kind of gathered, by what Ben was saying, right, the issue surrounding social media and conflicts in social media and kind of the inability of people, especially when it comes to politics, to kind of find common ground in some cases. It's a little bit different for me. So I'm a Freemason. I've been a Freemason since 2007, and I produce content about Freemasonry, both YouTube and through Medium. But you do run into a lot of times on social media, people have negative views about Freemasonry, and then engaging in conversations with them on that and how you can try to, not find common ground per se. My philosophy has always been, I may not be able to convince, somebody's on X saying Freemasons are, a satanic cult. I may not be able to convince them that Freemasonry is good, but I can convince them that I'm decent at least, and hopefully that can kind of be the next step. So, yeah, that's kind of something that we struggle with, or I struggle with in social media as well, is people with very strong opinions about kind of what I'm talking about. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. No, that's came from this. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, you mentioned, it's funny, you mentioned Man Who Would Be King. I would say, with the exception of the Simpsons episode, Homer the Great with the Stonecutters, that's probably the most famous piece of Masonic pop culture. Yeah, I mean, so Freemasonry, the simple kind of answer is Freemasonry evolved from stonemasonry. So in the 14th, 15th, and way before that, obviously, but 14th, 15th, 16th centuries, you had in Europe, you had guilds of stonemasons, which was basically trade unions. And then initially, it was exclusively for men who would build things out of stone or shape things with stone. Over time, what was known as speculative masons, so that would be somebody like myself who can't build anything, started asking to join these guilds. They paid dues into it, and the trade off was they weren't trained in stonemasonry, but they got the social benefit of it, as well as they got to belong to something, right? People like to belong to things. There was no real social safety net back then. So there's lots of different reasons why men would want to join a group and not necessarily not for the economic or the employment aspect of it or the vocation, just for the social aspect of it. And over time, the demand on stonemasonry became less and less. It was cheaper to build things out of straw or hay or whatever it is. But the number of speculative masons kept on joining. And so eventually, what it became is, you had Freemasonry or speculative masonry, which became like the social club aspect of it. And you still have stonemasons, obviously, who do stonework, but they're the professional side of it. They're we're kind of separate groups, but obviously we share the common root in trade guilds. And so, yeah, so I've been a Mason since 2007. I really love writing about it and talking about it. And yeah, I post one of my biggest challenges, I don't know if you guys have any thoughts on this, or I don't know if this is the best place to discuss challenges writing for Medium. Right. But one of my biggest challenges, perfectly, one of my biggest challenges I found on Medium, or for me personally, is trying to determine the type of audience I want to focus on. Whether I want to focus on writing articles that will be of interest to people who are already Freemasons and looking at either advancing in their Masonic career or strengthening their Masonic lodge, or whether I want to write articles for people who are not Masons and want to learn more about Freemasonry in general. Because the nature of those will be different, right, depending on who the audience is. So that's always been my kind of major struggle with it. Thank you, Dream Seeker. It was a great episode. I hope you guys will follow Ben and everybody. If you want to follow my page, by all means. Like I said, I try to, right now I just kind of do 50-50. About half of my stuff I'd say would be for people who are already Masons and looking to kind of have a better Masonic journey or grow in Freemasonry. And the other half would be for people who aren't Masons at all. And it's very just general information about it. And so, right, I think almost anybody probably has that struggle, right? Where it's like if you're writing about computer science, do you write about computer science from an expert perspective, somebody who's been a computer scientist for a long time, or from a novice perspective, people who are just getting into it? So that's one of those very interesting things. Oh, so it's Adamson dash Cameron. It's Square and Compass Promotions. But the chat has it. The chat has it in the has a link to it.